Well, greetings, travelers. It's me, Kevin C., here at Action Pants Gaming. Hoping that all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse are having a wonderful day. And as always, whatever time of day it is for you and whatever it is you might be doing as you're watching this, well, I hope it's going good. Well, I think we finally come up with a pretty solid technique on how to build these monitors. There is still some, fiddliness to it, but overall, the majority of this we have gotten down to a pretty decent technique in order to make all of these screens. Let me preface this by saying there will be times where you will have to do some manual manipulation with the parts, but with the proper reference, everything should go relatively smoothly. And I'm also going to preface this with, if you do not have the legacy parts, these are still possible, but you will be doing a lot of either re-referencing or a lot of manual placement. So with that said, I'm going to give a couple of minutes to see if anybody shows up here. And I just noticed, actually, unfortunately, I didn't think Beeble was on Tuesdays. I thought he went on Wednesdays. But it looks like Beeble is going to be jumping on for another speculation/build video. So you may want to check that out as well. Pardon me, I needed some coffee. But what we're going to do today is we're going to run through hey, Camel Wolf, welcome. I don't blame you. Sometimes you just need to take some U-time. I totally get it. So again, what we're going to do today is I'm going to start by showing you the technique to make the singular monitor, which is then going to be very similar to making the Extendo 3.0, and the Extendo 3.0 is also the same technique to do the 5-screen version, but we're gonna start with the 3 and then see where we're at, and then we'll turn into the 5. So here's the 5, and this is pre-figuring out more of the technique last night, yesterday morning rather, and then this is now that we have something that's a bit more, universal, and something that, hopefully people will be able to follow and be able to make these if they want to. And with that said, hey Mimo, what's going on? With that said, let's get on to an area where I've set up specifically to show how these are done. So let's get on over there. And these are the little bits and pieces with a live tutorial that I will apologize for, having to bounce around from bit to bit. The lack of editing to show that, just because there's a tutorial doesn't mean it's going to go smoothly. So, let's see if we can't find our, there we go. So we've already set up a platform. Well, it's not raining, so I'm hoping the power's going to be okay today. Yeah, like the past few times it's rained, I've lost power. Which they had fixed it a little while back, but apparently not so well. And then one night we got some rain and decent winds, and the power went out. And a text from the power company, oh, power's out due to equipment failure. Okay, cool. And about 3-4 days later, it rained again. Power went out for about an hour. And then the following day, it rained again. Power went out quickly for about 5 minutes. And then yesterday, it was raining, and the power popped off, and then right back on, but just enough to kill my stream. Alright, where's the platform I had? Did I not save? Tell me oh, there it is, alright. Okay, so, we're going to wait just a minute or two just to see if anybody rolls in. I know I didn't realize Beeble was streaming today. I didn't think he streamed on Tuesdays, but he's got a speculation/build video. I believe he's working on the Cantina, Star Wars Les Eisley's Cantina, I believe. Which is probably going to be far more entertaining than me, but gives you a chance to either bounce back and forth or just get through the tutorial. Yeah, same Gamma Wolf. Thankfully, even with my PS4, because the power here has been wacky throughout. So, thankfully PlayStation kind of, because I have it on rest mode all the time, just, in case there's an update. So when I get home, it's updated. It does have to rebuild the database. Your PlayStation was not shut down properly. We will fix your database, and then blah, blah, blah. So hopefully, hopefully we're in business. All right, so yesterday, for those of you who were watching, you kind of already know what I'm about to do, but we're going to, again, I'm just going to wait a few minutes just to see if anybody shows up. I know Beeble is streaming. Oh, is that out today? I was debating that actually, Gamma Wolf. It's one of those games I'm looking at like, I don't know. Like, it's kind of cool, but I'm just I'm a little apprehensive, if you will. All right, so I guess let's get started here. I love animals. I love cats and dogs, and I love most animals actually. Getting the spiders, and we're getting a little bit creepy, but that's an insect, an arachnid, if we will. All right, so we're going to do this step by step, so that everyone can see. The only thing that I didn't do in the interest of time. Oh, it's a free-to-try game? Awesome. Okay, I'm definitely going to get it. But in the interest of saving time, I have already pre-built the platform and circles. So, in order to do the extendo screen, you need to set up a circle in this configuration in order to be able to get this arc. But we'll get back into that when we get to that one. All right, let's get started. So the first thing you're going to need to do is you're going to need to get yourself a BAM, a big ass wire. That doesn't work as well. So we need to get a enlarged wire. So how I like to do it, and you can do anything you want, but I like to use the table because I know that I have the traditional colorways, at least for now. I am a little bit worried about what this update is going to do. So we're going to just kind of get ourselves a big ass wire made. And bam. Okay with you? Set up ground first then? Not sure. Not sure what that means there. Okay with you? Set up ground first then. I'm not sure what that means, Gamma. Okay, so, sorry, I apologize here. Alright, so you're going to need an enlarged wire, which I would recommend setting up ahead of time to gray-black, if that's what you want to use for your monitor color, or set it up ahead of time for whatever monitor frame color you want. I like the gray-black. It leaves a black, black contrast around the screen. Once you have that, you're going to determine where you want your monitor and where you want the edge of it to be. There are two places that I found work really well. One, the monitor will start here and end roughly here. And then the other one will start roughly here and end roughly here. So if you want it a little further back or a little further forward, that's going to be a personal decision. Once you have your big wire made, you're then going to want to set up your tether point okay, I got you, Gamma. This is why I like doing them live as well, because that way if anyone has any questions, hopefully I can answer them. So I'm going to move this out of my way for now and start this. Well, Gamma, you could set up the ground first, but I made some tests with platform already set up. You can do it any way you want. You can put these in where you already have structure, but, just give yourself enough room for camera movement for building the case portion of the monitor. And we'll get into that in just a moment. But you don't need to set up the platform ahead of time. So I just did this so that, I had areas to work. And the curve already set up so people can see that. But basically, you just need to have a floor panel. The monitor is basically going to live within these parameters. All right, this inner circle, or this inner square rather, excuse me, of the floor panel. And then it's going to be pretty much from the halfway point, a little over, to about right here, where that double line is, this black double dot is here. So it's either going to live from this center line forward or from this line back here forward to the middle. One of these two spots. So you just need one floor panel. And again, to kind of preface this, if you don't have legacy floor panels, this technique, what I'm about to do, obviously will not work, but it does not mean you can't still make the monitor, and we'll get into that afterwards. This is going to be a relatively lengthy tutorial based on there's going to be at least 3 versions of this that I'm going to show, because there are differences and other things. Okay, so once you figured out whether or not you want the screen to face here or to be more forward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it to the back portion so that my screen will end up about here in the middle of the floor. And the reference we're going to be using for this particular bit is going to be this double dash line here. And then if you want to bring it and have the monitor to the front portion, you're going to be using this double dash line here. So let's get on that. What I would also say is get your, what I like to call the moving tools out. So, and this is my move and flip tools, which is going to consist of the cube, the pyramid, which I color red, and I'll explain why, and the paver. These three items are your move and flip tools, and I recommend having those out. You're also going to want to get prepared a small alloy wall or any other small wall that you're using, and you're also going to want to get prepared a light floor. Also, you're going to want to get prepared the actual part that makes the screen, which is the floral containment 2 unit. And as we can see here, we've got a little bit of some color issues. Okay. So this is your palette. This is what you're going to be working with. All right. These are the parts that you should need immediately. Posters, stickers, flags, wall monitors, all that comes out afterwards. And you don't really need to have hanging about. All right. So again, to start fresh, you're going to want to figure out where your monitor is going to be. And again, I recommend using the Legacy Parts metal floor panel. We need a long, small wall, light floor panel, cube, pyramid, floor containment 2, paver, full scale wire. Okay, that's going to be our main tool set. And actually, let's move this over where we can see it a little bit better. There we go. Okay, once you have your big wire, you're going to set a tether with that big wire running down your central line here, making sure that that is nice and centered. Then we're going to do our first placement of the monitor. Okay, and this is just so that we can get and make sure that where we are is where we need to be and everything like that. All right, so we're going to start with, just placing it down once just to get positioning. And just to make sure that we are, in the areas that we need to be. So we're going to copy the floral containment unit. We're going to put that into the wire cache. We're then going to copy our tether point. We're going to connect it to that closest end. And then because we want the screen to end and be here at the halfway mark, we're going to drag our tethered wire down to the second set of double dashes here, 1 and 2, and we're going to go to the top. You can go either to the top or the bottom, but just remember to continue to go to the same reference every time. And I go to about right there. Just keep an eye on your reference. Then we're going to place the screen for the first time. Then we're going to take a look and see what I mean, how the front of the monitor is right about at that halfway point. Okay, which gives us a little bit of leeway in the back. The one thing I will say is when building the case, your case will fall off the back a little bit. So you may want to go to the front portion. I'm using the back portion to allow for a little bit of space for movement and visuals. All right. Oh, I forgot one thing. You're also going to need that's interesting. You're also going to need a short wall, a half a short wall. All right. So once you have your monitor in place and you know where you're going to be, So this is where the monitor is going to live. And these are done full scale, by the way. You can do them at different scale, but there's going to be some changes. We'll get into that after. So, as you noticed, I drew from the inside to the outside, and then that will put the monitor facing inside your build. Okay, we're going to call this outer edge, the outside wall. All right, once you have this in place, now what we need to do is determine the case, all right, the thing that's going to hide everything. What you want to do is you want to grab your short wall. You want to try and center your character as much as possible. This just helps with placement. You don't need to do this, but it just helps. Now we're going to start looking at reference points on the floor here. Okay? And I'm looking at this line right here, the stick seam where it ends the corner, and then this line right here. That's what I'm looking at. This little corner right here. All right? On the floor. That's my reference. Now I'm going to take out that short wall. I'm going to have it in free placement. I'm now going to look for that reference mark. We're going to be a little bit more forward or a little bit more back, depending. This is now personal choice. And it will change reference when we go to this, where the screen is more in the front here, or in the back. We will do one of each so that you can see the difference. You're also going to notice that on the floral containment unit, there's going to be one side where you can phase right into the side like so. And on the other side, we will have a collision bubble where it does not phase in as well. See how it kind of sits on the outside. So you want to start on the side that phases, which is the non-handle side. And I know there's a lot of little steps to this, so bear with it. Now we're going to look over here. And we're going to kind of see where our middle is, right? So with this particular setup, what I'm looking for is on the short wall, we're going to count from the center of the short wall off to the right, off to the right, off to the front of the screen. We're going to count down 1, 2 vertical lines. And then we're going to make sure that we're, my apologies. I apologize. I meant to say to the left. And we're going to go 1, 2 to the back side of the monitor. My apologies. And then we're going to look at that floor, what I was talking about, this corner here, right? This line. So we're going to center this as much as possible at first. Then that second vertical line, we're going to line up to that line on the floor. Right there, see that? And we're going to slide that over till this line goes over that seam, like so, and lines up with that line on the floor. Alright? How are we doing so far? Then, once you're satisfied with, the part being parallel and lined up where you need it, and this is why I do these live, because just because there's a tutorial doesn't mean it's going to go by as quick as the edited tutorial is. I want you to see exactly what you're going to have to go through for this. Alright, once we've got that lined up, we're going to place that. We're going to delete our monitor. We're going to go on to the other side, and we're going to repeat the process. So we're going to copy that, make sure it's in free placement. We're going to bring this down. We're going to look at that first line from the center, which would technically be the second, but from the center over, we're going to line that up, getting it as parallel as possible, and we're going to place it. Then what we're going to do to check our placement is we're going to just snap these into place. We're going to see how things fold over. We're going to realize that this one we just placed is too far forward, so we're going to move that back. Which we're going to double check our reference. This one actually, we're going to follow one or the other. So this is the hand placement portion of it. This part here is going to be, kind of hit or miss, if you will. Okay, and again, we're going to check our placement just by looking at the fold over. Still a little too far forward. We'll move that back a tad. And we could live with that. That is good enough. But knowing me, I'm just going to obsess for half of a moment. Again, we'll check our fold over. Again, still a little too far forward. And that looks good. All right. See, a little bit of patience goes a long way. All right. Once you have this set up, Sins Arcade, what's going on? Salutations. Exactly, Gamma Lord. That's got a, the collision bubble extends to the handle. You got it. All right, so right now you should be looking at this right here. All right. Now, this is the time where I like to do one thing ahead of time because it just saves time. We're going to throw that there, that there. We're going to drop that down to here. Get rid of these. And we're going to retain that for now. All right. So now, at this point, you can delete the front because you have your sides. Although snapping at this point can get a little tricky. All right, now I would save. Once you have this, do a save. Now, what you're going to do is we're going to go back over to our palette. We're going to grab a block. We're going to wire cache that. We're now going to get our short wall, and in the front and I may have done this wrong. It might actually go from the back when we're back here. We're going to drop that in, and I'll know in just a moment actually whether or not. Yep, I did it wrong. Okay. When you're, because there's two versions of this. When you're back here, I believe you need to start the monitor, or this part in the back here. My apologies. And again, one of the reasons I do this is just because you see a nice quick edited tutorial which makes everything look like, oh, this isn't that difficult. This I believe this is the way. I could be wrong. We may have to, I may have to make an adjustment on this one. I think this is right, but we'll see. Okay, so once you have that, we're then going to raise this one up, and we're going to make some checks. And we're going to raise that up by a paver height. So we're going to drop a paver on that. We're going to get that ready for universal. We're going to grab this, pop the block on it, move the block up, delete this block up top. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of take a look. We might be in the wrong spot here. Something tells me we are. We are. Okay, now I remember. All right. Addendum. When you're making the monitor and bringing it back to here, you need to do something. What you need to do is you need to have the floor, okay? And you need to bring the floor back a half, and I'll show you why. All right. That's not even going to work, is it? Oops. Kevin made a boo-boo. Ooh. I done made a mistake. I forgot, this changes things. That's right. Well, we're going to carry on anyway. So we're going to see where we are now with everything. And that's, sometimes, this is why live tutorials happen. So now we're going to put our monitor in again for the second time. And we're going to see our placement. All right. We know we started here at the front of this. That should bring, oh, I'm sorry, wrong placement. Again, why do these live? You're going to do the same things. Alright, now we're going to come down to here. We use the front of this reference. There we go. Okay. And that's where everything should look, right? And this is where I flubbed up. I forgot that we're further back, which changes the position. So we are going to attempt and see where we are with this, because it might work, but I don't think it's going to. We're going to throw a block. Oh, it does. Okay, no, we're good. Okay, we're good. We're good. A little further in than the other way, but it should work. And we're going to try one from the back. So what I'm doing now is actually for when you have the monitor in this space here, this positioning, and I'm an idiot. But I want to see if we start this from the back, if I can get the same position. As I did before, because it is the same distance that way if you think about it. But no, we're not going to be able to. Okay. This might be a little trickier than I thought. This one's going to be a little bit different. We're going to scratch this one for right now. I had totally forgotten that when you bring it back, it changes the reference for the screen itself. It's adding additional posters. This one's a little bit different. All right. I almost should scratch this whole thing and start again today. All right. That changes a whole lot. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, when you bring it back to this edge, it changes the position enough where this next part doesn't work. So, and that's my bad. I'm an idiot. Please forgive me. Let's do the one I actually know. So we're going to start this fresh one more time. Only this time, we're going to go to our other mark. Which is going to be the top of this one. So see how this brings the monitor to the front? So now, when I do this, the amount of block that is going through the screen is about the same thickness as a light panel. So that's kind of important. So see how much is phasing through? And that's a different amount than the other one. So that's kind of what I'm showing with that. Alright, so let's get our monitor back in there. Again, for the first time. We're going to tether it into place. So the front of the monitor is going to be on the inside here. We're going to bring it down to the second from the front, double dash line right here. All right. That's about where it'll live. Now we do the non-handled side. This one I actually know, so don't fret. I forgot about that little gap difference doing it when you bring it further back. So now what we're going to do here is very similar, only with this one I like to bring it back to the last line, the last vertical line towards the front. So we're going to line that up here. I mean, you could just line up the front of it, but you're going to have the casing, the way the casing look will be a little bit different. So we're going to line that up there. Try to get it as parallel as possible. You can spend time getting your camera angle proper. And with this, you're trying to line up to the floor, not to the containment thing. Alright, we're going to drop that in. We're going to go over to the other side. So that line, again, it's whatever you can see, and then after it's just you come down to that mark, and then keep one side as your anchor point, if you will. I'm going to drop this in. Then we're going to test to see with fold over. Alright, so this one's a little too far forward. We're going to move that back a little bit. And now we're nice and lined up. Okay, just using the same reference, we have a nice straight line there. Alright, so again, we have this. And again, I would remove this just for a minute, grab a small alloy floor on each one of these, drop this down one, get rid of the floor, put this floor back for now. Okay, now I would save. Alright. Got all that so far? Hopefully. We got a nice fold over, everything's in line, and this is going to be the base for the casing of the monitor. Yeah, I've been watching that too, Camel Wolf. Alright, so now that we have all that, now what you're going to do is you're going to remove the front of the case. You're going to take your block. You're going to take your wall, your short wall here, and you're going to put the block in. You're going to bring this block back one, delete the one in front of it. So you should have a block about in this position right here. Then carry a couple back. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You should have a block in that position there. Then you're going to raise this up by the paver distance. By doing universal adjacency. Delete that paver, hit your move, pops back up, hit the same thing, delete the one on top. Now drag a few back just so you have a holding pattern in case of issues. Alright, so now you should have something that looks like this. Notice how everything is relatively centered. Not perfectly, but relatively. Alright, once you have that, now we're going to put the backlight for our screen up there. So we're going to grab our light floor panel. We're going to grab our pyramid. We're going to go to the front. And we're going to put our screen on. Okay, so this is the backlight of the screen. This is really important. Without the backlight, the poster that we use as our imagery, our artwork, doesn't quite show up. All right. Now we can delete this block. We have our holding block, so if we need it again, we can bring it in. So we're going to delete the block. And now you're going to choose your artwork. The artwork, and this is where I'm going to pause for a moment. The artwork, and this is where you can fast forward if you would like to the next mechanical portion of this. The artwork is going to change positioning here a little bit. Depending on the artwork, what you want to show on the screen is going to alter the position of where everything is, right? So when you first do the poster, you're going to put the poster in, you're going to do a dry run with the screen, and you're going to take a look. You're going to see, what is showing in the screen, and you're going to need to make your alterations from there due to the artwork, and what you're trying to get in there. But for the most part, I've noticed full-scale poster, then tapped down 1, 2, 3, and we'll be demonstrating this shortly, seems to fit for most of these posters. But what you put on the screen is up to you. That's the artwork part of this. But where all of this is positioned at this point will help dramatically in comparison to the way that we have been doing this, where it's just been a lot of moving things around and manual manipulation. This is referenced throughout, so hopefully that will help you guys. All right, so now we're going to pick our poster. Unfortunately, not all posters work really well for this. Because you have to go horizontally, or you have to make some concessions, in order to hide. And then again, that's a lot of manual manipulation. But for the sake of time, I know this one looks halfway decent. So, you've got your poster, whatever one it is. You're going to go to the light, and you're going to scale the poster up to full scale. You're going to drop it down a bit, making sure that this is as flat and parallel as possible. Place the poster in, reset your camera a little lower. Now, you're going to rotate the poster horizontally, get it as flat as possible, drop it down so that there's a little bit of gap between both the top and bottom of the light. See the black bar, there's a little red showing, on the bottom there's a little red showing. Then just tap this down, try to center it, and we have a nice border here so we can kind of see if we're centered or not. Then tap it down, 1, 2, 3. Raise it up just a little bit, get that nice and even. Place your poster. And this is, you know, where you'll start to do a little bit of like manipulation, dry run, things of that nature. Now, you're going to want to, you can do one of two things here. You can leave this for now, and your shim's in there. Or you can delete it. You can leave it if you need to adjust the poster and you don't feel like rebuilding it every time. I like to rebuild it every time because it allows me to make sure that it is actually flat against that panel. If your camera is off or the position of your character isn't off, it may put the panel in at an angle, or the poster in rather at an angle, which will obviously cause issues when you put the screen in. It will not be sitting flush and will look inappropriate. Now that you have your poster, your artwork decided upon, and you're ready to pop the screen in, what you'll do is you will get rid of that. You'll then grab your screen or the floral containment unit, and we're going to tether this in, and we're going to do a dry run. All right, make sure that we like where everything is and its placement. And blammo. And if we take a look, it's nicely centered. The poster sits in its spot. We still see the horizontal hold line working. And now everything is pretty much placed. This is the time that you want to do all of your artwork. If you want to add a sticker, if you want to try to double up on the poster, add in another poster in there, which we probably could. But you need to be careful. When you place your sticker, it needs to not fold over. So if you have the sticker too large, what's going to happen is, now I look here, I know that my sticker will fit in between the bottom of this ring, and I would probably be, staying within the borders of this right here. Actually, I would probably stick with the planet as my border, somewhere in that area, and keep that sticker to size. Otherwise, what's going to happen is you'll get bleed over on the edges of the screen. So that's basics right there, all right? So once that's done, all it is now is building the case around it. And that is really up to how, your aesthetics. But what I like to do is I'm going to remove, and this is why I added the lower one. I'm going to remove my screen. I'm going to remove this upper. Okay, I'm going to then put the floor back in. Because I don't feel like dealing with the collision bubble. I'm going to put my screen back into place. Actually, I'm going to add a sticker. First, I'm going to add a sticker. Just to add more crap. Alright, so I know I can get away with my sticker right about here, right? And hopefully, it won't bleed over. And if it does, it'll be a good example to show you. Alright, now I'm going to put my screen back in. Oops. I told you I had this one down. I forgot about that little spatial difference on the other one. It's essentially the same. Worst case scenario with that, once you've built your framing, you can manually manipulate that into place. It's not really a big deal. Okay, so now we're back. Now notice something. What happened here? I'm a little far forward, right? So that means I need to bring that back a little bit. And this is a nice thing about having your tether, is you can do this. It's not that much of a pain. You're like, oh, I went a little too far forward. Okay. So now that means, because we have our reference, our lighting, our panel has changed color. What I was using for reference before is a little less noticeable. So I'm going to bring this back a little bit just to hide that bar. And now we should be back in business. Okay, so now we have our screen, right? Oh, awesome, Gamma. All right, now it's just enclosing the screen. That's it. So, nice, easy thing to do is you can either stack all these up on themselves, or, you know, if you want something a little bit cleaner, again, it's the look you're trying to achieve. It does not have to be anything particular at this point. Getting to this point is the hard part. Getting the casing lined up, getting the screen lined up, getting this to be nice and parallel and flush. Look at that, it's nice. We could even probably go back a little bit, go forward a little bit more on that rather, excuse me. But that's pretty darn perfect. Not too difficult. There is a little fiddliness, but a good percentage of it at this point afterwards is, you know, snapped. We have great reference for lining up the poster now. You know, see, we've got it nice. If we want a little more of that lettering, we know we just got to drop that down a little bit, or, you know, tap it down just a little bit in size. Again, this is going to be the aesthetic portion of it. But that is basics. All right, now I'm going to make the case. We have the foundation for our case right there. I want to use some metal short walls for this, or thin alloy wall, if you will, but I would like it to be black. So I'm going to change the color using the universal color adjacency. And now I'm just going to pop this on top of that short wall, like right here. Bing and bing. And see how nice and flush this is. Adds a nice little element. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take a set of small walls. We can get rid of that for now. We'll keep you there. We're going to fold that over in the front like so. And there's the bottom of our case. And then we're going to do the same on the top. And now you have a nicely enclosed monitor. And now what you might want to do as well is grab one of the short walls again. Now if you're finding with this little trick, go to the bottom, and if you still can't get to it, delete the floor panel and go from underneath, and you should be able to lock onto it from underneath. So I'm going to put it back on this, and now we just have to worry about covering the top, which you can do in a couple of different ways. So you can do what I've been doing lately is just bring this around to the sides. And now you've hidden the entire thing. No worries, Sin. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to repeat this process. So I'll show you, and just to kind of show how quick and easy it can be once you have this down. All right. So that's, and you can do any decorative portion. Again, this is the decorative part. And now what I would want to do to cover the top is I'm going to grab, and this just slides right over here. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're just hiding things. So I just kind of go over the top here, find a reference point that I like, and kind of drop it in manually like so. Wherever it decides to drop. And now it's encased. And you really wouldn't know unless you knew. And then the last part is you need to turn it on. Got to turn your TV on. So we're going to grab a power source. And I am in creative, so we've just got our power on. And we're going to see here as I look at the screen, see how you can't really see anything. Add in our power. Now our backlight hits and your TV's on. And that's basically it. One sort of monitor. Now you can decorate the outside of the case with, other things if you want. You could add in this light, but you're going to notice a few things when doing that. If you look here, there's going to be a collision bubble. If I place that right there, it's actually not on it. But the nice thing is, as long as you keep your tether there, I can remove that. Now that that's not there, I can now phase into this. Or any other decorative piece here. Okay. Then go back delete the backing here, right? Because I got to get through there. Grab my monitor again. As long as my tether point hasn't been deleted, which you could put it back in. It really won't change anything. If you do delete it, as long as it's in the central point, you should be fine. Come back in here with my case all built. Drop that back into place. Pop these in. And we're back in business. And there we go. Then again, throw our backing on. Throw on another deco just to kind of clean it up a little bit more. And see, we're ready, watch, boom. But what's cool, as long as you keep it down here, right? You can just raise it up. And now you got like a neat little display thing. The scan line is caused by the floor containment unit. It is a natural scan line. So any questions? Yes, could you please do that all over again? Now see here again, you know, we got that collision bubble. So if I were to put this here, and you walk over to the side, you're like, damn, right? But, again, we could delete the screen, you know, delete all this stuff, you know, put it back in with little hassle. So you've got this really great looking, in my opinion, sort of CRT style monitor, which we'll get into afterwards how to decorate these a little bit more. So, why is a raven like a writing desk? Oh, I knew this joke. Why is a raven like a writing desk? I don't know. Why is a raven like a writing desk? All right. Do we want to see this again? Do we want to see us make another one of these? Or do we want to move on to the next one? Anyone? All right. I'll give you a minute. While I'm waiting, I will kill myself a little bit. I should have flipped that stick around so it was flying towards the planet. I think that would have looked better. I'm going to wait for the peanut gallery. Any questions? Good morning, Captain. How are you today? Captain, my captain. All right. Does somebody have a stopwatch available? I want to see how, you know what, I'm going to make another one because I want to see how long it would take me to make this. Or somebody, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to make one on the other side. So you could bring this back. Actually, you know what? That's what we need to do. Now I remember. Aha! All right, so in order to do this but move its position halfway the floor back, start it on that, then move the floor back into position. That's how you would make the other one. So we would do the exact same technique that we did here, but if you want to bring that whole thing back, all right, and let's do it. Why not? Let's see if it actually works. What we're going to do is we're going to bring this back here. And we're going to do a repeat. And I'm hoping that the monitor will then live a little further back. So that, you know, you have a little more room perhaps on your floor, okay? So I think this is much more concise, much more referenceable, and a lot easier for people than shimming posters and shimmying things around. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, my phone does, but I'm lazy. No. I don't know where my phone is at the moment, actually. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I know. If somebody does this on another time zone, it might screw it all up, right? Open stopwatch. All right, here we go. And begin. So, what we're going to first do is we're going to first set our tether point. Get that as centered as possible. Then we're going to grab our monitor, do our first dry run. We're going to come down to the halved floor because now our monitor face is going to be more in the middle of our foundation. We're going to come down to our second set of dashes. We're going to go to the top of that dash and place in our monitor. And I know Beeble's streaming, so if you guys want to head over there, I totally understand. Drop in our monitor. Alright, now, starting from the left side of the monitor, we're going to get our short wall, put it in the free placement mode. I already know the reference, but I'm just doing this for everybody else. We're going to get that far line on the short wall, and we're going to put it to the corner. I'm going to get this as parallel as possible. Not to the monitor, to the floor. Bring that line, match it up to that side right there. And drop it. Delete the monitor. Run over to the other side. Copy. Do the same thing over here. Drop it. Test our fold over. This side needs to go back a little bit. Drop it into place. And again, this is the fiddly bit part. And that looks pretty good. All right. We're lined up. We're good to go. We're going to drop a save. Now we're going to grab our small alloy floor. Delete that. Shit. Probably shouldn't have done that. Drop these. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Bring this back in. Have that again, unfortunately, because I was an idiot and I wasn't paying attention. Get that out of the way. See, now we are going to be a little bit back on that floor, okay? Just so you're aware. Yeah, see, that doesn't quite work, does it? Yeah, it does, it doesn't. All right. You could go crazy and nudge that in a little bit and blah, 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 you know, if you want to get super technical. You will have a little bit of offshoot. But it depends on where you want to put the monitor. I'm just showing you how this is basically done. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Then we need to do that and that and that, followed by not that. And then we're going to bring that one in. We're going to raise it up. We're going to bring that back. 1, 2, 3. Then we're going to get that, that, and that. Damn it. Then we're going to grab our poster. We're going to remove the block behind. Scale the poster. Rotate the poster. Change your camera position. Get that centered. 1, 2, 3. Drop that. Delete this. Add in a sticker if you choose. Now's the time to do it. Put the screen back in. See if we can keep this under a 10-minute build. Screen's in, perfectly placed right off the bat. Look at that. Now we could probably actually move this. Wow, that's a lot further back than I thought. It's not quite at the center, is it? But it does move it against the wall a little bit more, so, which actually works out in another way, and I'll explain that afterwards. Now we're going to grab a short wall if we can. Thank you. And we're going to put that there, there. We're going to grab that right there. Bam and bam. And bam. Blammo. Blammo. And just like that, we have another monitor. And of course, we're going to have to take a couple of seconds off of this. Stop. 10 minutes. Screen time. So 10 minutes to make one of these. And what's cool now is you can fit this into your build. Actually, you don't even need to cover the back. But you could. You know? So you could have that integrated. into your build, you know, against the wall, like so. Yes, you will have this peeking out the back, but it fits. Do you know what I mean? It looks like part of the building. Or you make it part of the building. So that's that. You know, I was just showing that method in case you didn't want, you know, if you wanted it against the, you know, flush against, well, not flush against the wall, but against the wall, as opposed to having, you know, an area that you can walk around. And there you go. Now doing the curved monitor is exactly the same. Exactly the same. Only you need to make the circle. And you can get to 5 but getting further than that I haven't figured out, because then it does something weird. It bends out too much, so when you start getting into this portion of the circle, you could probably do 6, but I think again, as it starts bending out here, or 8 rather, it gets to be a little crazy. So again, if anyone wants to see the singular one, just ask. It is exactly, well, not exactly, but it's about a 10-minute build to make one of these. Once you get more proficient, you could probably cut that down a little bit in time. Alright, so we're going to save once again. We're going to move our save. And we might as well, just for hardy har-hars, we're going to do another version. And I can move this up. Take me 10 minutes. And you could connect them in a way if you wanted to, you know. So it's not as noticeable. You know what I mean? You have a little connector there. And this actually will be flush in the back as well. So if you do that half step, it's essentially the same thing, you know. Connects real nice and easy, nothing too crazy. You could even just throw that in there like so. Now you have that. These are super easy to make now. I don't even need to think about it much. Let's finish this little kiosk, if you will. Right? Oops. And then we'll do the curved one. Now, the other neat thing you can do as well, stylistically, is you can actually drop this all the way to the floor. So what you do is you just go down a short wall, build it down, and then what ends up happening is the edge of the screen is actually on the floor. So say you wanted to, you know, have them all up a little higher, and not put any kind of lower casement on. You know, it would just be the screen, the floor to the bottom of the screen, basically. And we're going to take I was thinking we could take a quick jump. Do we even have a... Does anyone have any questions? I mean, does that look easy enough? I'm just going to jump back to R&D real quick so I can show you the different style. I mean, it's pretty, you know, pretty quick to do now and relatively accurate. Less fuss, less muss. And again, I know Beeble's on. I didn't realize he was streaming today. Otherwise, I probably would have held off for a little bit. But it was pretty much near, I think, 8 o'clock when I started, which is around, I start between 8 and 10 on when I stream, usually in the mornings. But I thought he did Wednesdays. So, and then I was getting started, and I just was like, I better double check, make sure nobody else has started yet. And people had started. So, we've got that weird, this happens every once in a while when you start to get heavy in your builds. The camera looks tilted. Okay? And then it kind of settles in. But here's the other one I was talking about, this monitor here. See how it starts right on the floor? And then I will show you how to add in all the other little bits and pieces like this. Alright, let's reload our manual save and head back to what we were working. I just wanted to show you the example. So you knew what I was talking about. Yeah, and for that all you do is just set it up a short wall below and then just put the floor in. Excuse me. But do the exact same setup because you still need to bring stuff up. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to repeat this monitor here on the other side. So we do 3 in a row. Alright, that way hopefully we can get what we're doing. I kind of want to bump this one out and see what happens. Everything's about the floor panel though. You're just basically building in this central square. You're building off of this central square. All your reference, is actually, yeah, the central square and then the outer bit is, right here. So this corner is for the case, right? And then this is about where the screen lives. In this curved part, actually fits real nice on that. If we were to break this off here, we could show you. Hold on, let me see if I can get at it. Nope. Yeah, and a lot of this stuff, like once you're locked in, you're locked in. You can get at a couple of things, but it takes a little work. But as long as you keep your case sides, you can pretty much delete everything and put it back in pretty quickly. You keep your tether point handy, keep the 2 sides handy, and you're pretty good. Everything else is, kind of a cakewalk actually from there. So then, if we were to well done, you set up what you wanted to do. Quick setup for the monitors. It took a lot of work, but you done it. Thank you, Gamma. And you are all totally worthy. That's not at all. You are all worthy. Alright, so we're going to do the same distancing with this one, just to kind of keep keep things similar. Alright, so what do we need to do? Alright, we halved our floor. And then might as well get our block set up ahead of time, right? Boom, boom. You could do any of these at any step, really, at this point. Now that you know the method, now it's just doing it. So we're going to bring that block up. Remove the top one, back this one out. Throw our screen up. It's easier to put the casing in first. I'm just trying a different method just to see if I can expedite the process. Which something doesn't seem right already. Oh, duh. Move it back one. I'm like, what the hell did I do? But see, even then, it wasn't really a big deal. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot to move it back. No big deal. You know? Like that looks a little too far forward. And you know immediately, just by where the screen should be. We'll set this up. Go to the other side. Whoops. And again, the most fiddly part is this. Everything else is actually pretty darn good at this point. Set that up. Do a test on your fold over. That needs to move back. Still needs to move back. Actually, we're going to go readjust the other side. I think I'm too far forward on the other side. But this part, you know, as long as it's flush, you're usually doing pretty good. Alright, now we'll move the other side just because I'm crazy. And having proper, you know, this again, up and down on the build camera would be a frickin' wonderful, wonderful thing. Alright, we're going to move that forward just a tad. And yeah, I can live with that, but I'm not gonna. And again, once you have this, you know, that's like, this is the most fiddly bit. Once you're satisfied with that, everything else just kind of falls into place. It really does. Right on, Sin. Yeah, I'd like to do it this way because it really demonstrates, just because you're watching this tutorial and it's, flying by and woo, all you got to do is this and this. And then you get to it and you're like, oh man, I had to do that part like 6 times. I just like to show the realities. And you don't have to get this obsessive. You don't. I am because, well, I'm like that. I want it to look good. And I've got no life. Let's see, that looks more in line on that side. Again, you may get lucky and this fiddly bit will be less fiddly for you, but why is that being fiddly? Usually it's just best to stick with one side and get one side, keep one side and then just readjust, one. That way you're not moving one and all of a sudden, you know what I mean? And sometimes you just get lucky, other times, not so much. I mean, we are hand placing after all here. Like, I'll take that. That's good enough. As long as it's consistent in the front here, if you're a little bit twisted on that part, it's not too bad. All right, so we got that, we got our case. We know we're relatively happy with all that. Then we just kind of hit the save to be on the safe side. And now we grab our poster again. This time we're going to use that. Scale the poster up. And 1, 2, 3. Drop that. Throw a sticker on there. Get rid of that. And put a holder on this for a second. Drop that. No worries, Gamma. Have yourself a wonderful day. Thanks for dropping in, bro. I'll be on later. If you see me on, hit me up. I don't have much in the way of plans today, so. Actually, no, we gotta put the monitor in first. Ha ha ha. Actually, nothing. There we go. Now we grab our monitor. Boom, boom. Oh, actually, we didn't set up a tether point here. So first what we're going to do is we're going to set up our tether point. Aha! Issue. We have dealt with this issue. We're going to attempt and this is why I do things live, because you're going to encounter this sort of thing. Alright. At least we can get centered here. You know, it's not like I got perfect conditions set up for this, you know what I mean? Alright, we're going to attempt this. We don't know what's going to happen here. This may in fact end up tilted a little bit because of placement. But if we take a look at where we end up here, we're going to be at the same height at least. Okay. This is different phasing. This is something that we encounter on a regular basis. So, with that said, as much as I tried to make this pretty universal, you may run into some issues with floor phasing. Alright. Now what I did there, as you saw, was I added a poster to try to compensate for the height, so that we can at least make sure that we can see that point that we rely on to get, you know, as centered as we can when manipulating full-scale parts. So, most don't, and then you think to yourself, why is it not working, and give up. I try not to give up. I mean, sometimes I have to. But that looks good to me. So we're going to move our floor back into its home. We're going to try to anyway. There we go. And now we just carry on with the remaining bits. And we throw in our case. And we grab our other bits. And again, you know, there is a little discrepancy here. We see that, we know. But we're going to let it slide. See, and the hardest part about that was setting up the sides of the case. Everything else was bing, bang, boom. The poster was in there. We weren't, multiple sizing and getting all crazy with that. Um, everything kind of just fell into place. And there you have it. I mean, these are really, really simple to make now. I mean, very little effort now. A little bit of, obviously there's going to be a little weird things here and there, depending on what you're doing. That should be there, actually. But predominantly, everything is pretty freaking on point. Now, there are other ways to decorate, okay? You can do some other funky stuff. I find with the monitor in the front here, it's a little easier, but I like adding in this. But now you're going to be sticking out. Again, this is all the aesthetic portion of it where you can kind of make up your own mind and what you want to do. You can bring that down to just that level. It doesn't have to be there. You can, so now you have that sort of look. Again, this is the aesthetics. That part is up to you. Make the case and then put it into your environment. But that looks really good. The wires, these wires go into here like it's powering this, and other crap is powering these. This works out pretty well. Downside is you got that. But upside is you have this. So it almost doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? And you could start it from where the actual wall is, on the back there. So you could extend and fill your gaps. It's not really that big of a deal. Then throw up just a standard wall here. And then maybe get the floor panel. Just saying, if you want a standard kind of ceiling. You can still have a standard height ceiling, and still have that kind of work for you. And then you could even bring this down, drop it down, get that detail in there. So, that's how to make those. Now, again, we're going to take a little bit of a breather here just because I'm kind of going monitor crazy. These details here, if it's a little twisted, you could hide. It does not. Or you could leave it. Depends on your level of obsession. Or you could delete that monitor out of there, and you could actually come up and over. So you could put this up and raise this up, where you want, just by removing the monitor and, redoing that, get the collision bubble out of your way, and, get that to work for you. And you could, throw in a rotation. Change it up a little bit. Leave it. I mean, again, this is the aesthetics. All right, so when you want to do the curved one, it's the exact same technique. The only difference is you need to build this circle first. Then, unfortunately, you need to delete all of it. Because you don't need any of it, actually. It's actually going to get in your way. You can leave the wire, I realized. But what you're going to want to do is, and for this one I recommend just leaving it right where it is. You're going to want to throw on some attachers. And then you're going to go through each one of these. And you're going to set a tether point on each section that you're trying to get to. All right, we're going to start with our center. So the circle is the start. The screen will end up here. So you're one away from the center of your circle. So this was our circle, we can tell, because that's where our electrical contact is. Leave that wire. It's going to get in your way a little bit, but I would leave it. So now we're going to just set up all of our tether points. And get those all placed in. Now you don't need to leave that wire, actually, if you don't want. You can put it back in. This is your center. You just need to start the circle again. As long as you remember where that is, you should be fine. Now, we want the curve. Obviously, it's going to curve this way. You will get a cool screen curve this way, which you can use. You just will have to do a different sort of setup for the screens itself. So we're done with that one. We're going to go with the 3. Adding the 5th in is pretty much the same thing. So we're going to just start with the 3. Now we're going to set this tether point. Now we're going to move it over to this one. And this is, a little fiddly here too, but better off just getting them all placed. Take care of that. And because of rendering, light, shadow, all that stuff, it's going to look a little bit wonkadoo. Okay, so now we have our 3 tether points set up. We're going to remove these for now. I'm going to move my butt back onto our holding pattern. And then you're going to do each one of these individually for the casement part, because you're not going to be able to see. So And the reason I'm going to do the casement, even including on the middle one, is so that we have a way to lock it in on the middle instead of doing it by hand like I was doing it. So we're going to do it that way. All right, so here's our first screen. And we can come in and, you know, drop it in and do our... All right, see, issue. Let's get rid of this here. We have a problem. We're sinking into our floor, which means that we're going to have some issues with this. So I'm going to delete this, put a new one back in, and try again, because I would rather not deal with that. We're going to hope, but nope. All right, so why are we dealing with this? That's a good question. Well, we could throw these in here, I guess. Let's see what that does. All right, looks like when we tether in the screens, we're probably going to want to have all floors handy. All right, so we know our reference. We're going to just use our reference now. We're not going to tether in our screens until the very end. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to get our casement set up. And we're going to do each one of these. Even though we're not going to see the sides on this one, we're still going to make it. The reason being is so that way we can get a good center and we can get things nice and lined up for, you know, at least closing it off. So we're going to make our case. Instead of manually placing it in later, which, you know, you can do. It's just not going to be a fun time. And the fiddly portion. All right, we're going to move... We're going to move this one forward. Usually, like I said, I'll do one side and then I'll you know, just kind of adjust to that side. Get it as lined up as I can. Wow, you're being particularly nutty. Alright, fine. Looks like you went all the way over to there, I guess. I don't know. Freaking me out, man. Alright, that's good enough. Alright, so. A little crooked, but it's really not going to matter too much. Alright, so we got that one. Now we're going to remove, now we're going to save, actually. We're going to move on to our next one. We're going to bring this over. Alright, we're going to be in our own way here. It does not matter. This is for the central one. That's all I'm using that for. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this one up on its own because we just need the side. What we're going to do with this, because it extends all the way over, is we're going to use a long, the longer version of this instead. So stop doing that. Once again, the most fiddly portion of this is this right here. We have eliminated a lot of it, the normal fiddly, but unfortunately I couldn't eliminate all of it. I tried, but this I just could not. Alright, got that one. Then we're going to move over to this one here. And we're going to do the same thing. Now, if you were doing the 5, what you would want to do, you would still be doing a lot of this. But, you would switch it obviously over to, the last one in your run. But there is one part of the casement that might be a little bit different. All right. Pardon me, I had to sneeze there. Whew. So, again, the most fiddly portion is the case. But we do have reference. We know where we're going. So depending again how you want to decorate, for this you just need to do it on the outer ones here. Because that's our outer wall. This will probably leave where it is. That's going to be for decorative. So I'm just trying to think of my decorative stuff ahead of time. Okay, now that we have all that, now we got to put in our block, right? And we have to actually see whether or not all of our screens are... Oh, shoot, I did the wrong one, didn't I? That's different here. It's in the 3rd. Oh, no, it's the 2nd. It is the 2nd. I'm still right. Okay. Although something looks funky, right? Let's take a look. Let's make sure. I want to make sure we're doing everything the way we're supposed to. So we're going to drop in all of our screens. We're going to do our dry run now. So we should still be on the same reference as we were doing the singular. Should be the top of this. And notice how that floor panel freaking got all wackadoo? Like the height got all crazy again. It went from like really low to, oh hey, it's okay right here. Yeah, that looks good. But notice the height. Okay, that's going to alter the way it looks in the front, unfortunately. See? So what we're going to have to do, unfortunately, at this point, is do them singularly. It's kind of a wacky word to say, singularly. We're going to have to do them one at a time. And we're going to start, as I like to do, from left to right. But I want to just make sure that we're going to line up here. Otherwise, we're going to have to do some shimming, which I really was hoping against. Oh, just meant to move that. Yeah, see? Different. I was hoping it would not be, but I do need to change the reference on that. I thought I didn't have to. Alright, looks like we got ourselves a predicament. Screen stuff should still be the same, but why is this different? Oh, did I line it up on a... I did. Shoot. No, that should be the same. What did I do wrong here? No, it's exactly the same. Where did I flub that? I flubbed it somewhere. Yeah. Might have been doing it on the wrong... I was. Shit. I did it on the wrong reference. I'm like, how does that look? I did it the wrong one, alright. Like an idiot. I used the wrong reference. Alright. I went to the back side of that one there instead of this here. And again, these are why I do this live. I kid you not. Because the tutorials, and they're awesome, especially if you see Beebles, because he's got that down. But what you don't see in all of that is, how many times something might have been done, to get to that stage, Alright, there we go. Now we should be fine. Alright, now I'm going to save. Oh, goodness. Hit the wrong reference. Now that all looks lined up. At least we're going to hope it is. Hold on, let me double check before I say we are good. Now I'm looking at it like, maybe we're not. Nope, we're good. We're in the same spots. Okay, now. Now we're going to put in each one of our screens. And I'm kind of curious as to something, because we don't need that afterwards. If I put that in now, we're going to still do the holding pattern on that one. Drop that, leave that. Alright, now... Yeah, because that can stay like that if I do that, because once I put that up there, yes, exactly. Okay, so now we're going to try and attempt to drop our screens in here. Whoa, hey, that's a big old hole. Oh, jeez, Kevin. I got rushing. Next thing I know, I'm skipping over stuff. That's what I'm saying. Again, we're coming to the top of the second mark here. And you have a little leeway here. You have a little forward back leeway on that. Now what I'm doing is I'm just checking to see how it's all going to fit together. Okay, we have a problem here. I'm going to put a poster in hopes that it will solve my problem. We may need to put in more than one, but unfortunately, with the way the floor is being, this creates an issue when trying to make these. Once again, why I do these as a live version is to show all of this crap that you're probably going to run into. Yeah, see, I'm going to have to put in a second poster. Okay. Or not, because now I'm not going to be able to see my reference. And this is the drawbacks to this game sometimes. Oh, alright, we're good. Hopefully we're not too high now. Alright, we're back on track. Alright, we got a poster in there. We're a little off on our heights, but it should still work once we get all of the artwork in. Now, again, we're going to have to, we'll give it a quick check, see what it looks like. Yeah, there's a height difference, but we should be able to get away with it. Alright, now, we'll put our last one in for testing. And then we'll put in the actual screen itself. We'll see how this one phases in. This one's like our other one. That's a bonus. Although it's a little lower, as we can see here. We're not getting the full pencil point. Alright, now we can take a look. That's good, that's good. So, this lines up our front now. It's a little twisted on that one. We could, but again, that's our wonky one. So we do have a wonky one. So, we can get rid of that. We'll delete that. We'll grab another floor. Pop that in real quick. And see if it's, if it was that floor that was the problem, or was it, was it something else? We may need to remove one of these. It depends. We'll see in a second. Yeah, so it's the air. I think it's the area. Yeah, look how much we're phasing into this floor for some reason, in comparison to the ones we were just in. So for some odd reason, this one floor is going to phase differently. So we have to compensate with a poster, and we have to deal with it, which is kind of a drag. Hey, Bobby McGee. It could be, but I run into this all the time with this, is that, the phasing gets a little off. Floor panel to floor panel. I don't think the wire was tilted. I made the circle, the way I always do, and it should be, nice and flat and blah, blah, blah. Just some reason. Just for hardy har-hars, let's take a look at something here. We may need to keep that in place. Nope. Let's remove that. Nope. Let's try... Let's try something stupid. Okay, now I've got 2 in 1. It's raised it up a little bit. I'd give up. Oh my goodness. That's so wonk. So, again, what I would have to do here is I would just put in a poster. And that actually would probably enlarge this one. And then place it in that way. All right, so now what I need to do is, yeah, that's how I'm going to have to do that. But now it would just be a repeat of everything we've just been doing here, in making this. It's the same reference points, it's the same technique. It's just now put at, the different angles. So if you can give me just a moment here so I can stretch out. Because I'm tired and old. Oh, and I should have got another coffee. Pardon me. And then we'll complete this. So now we're going to go through and we're going to put in all the screen portion, right? So we need that. We need that. And we need to do that. We need to do this all the way around. Alright, once you put all three in, you're going to bring it back one and delete the front. It should give you something like that. Then you're going to bring it up a paver. Delete the paver. Move that. Move that. Move that. Delete the one on top of it. Bring that back like 3 at least. 4 is preferable. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just allows you more room for camera movement. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so once you have all that, not a bad idea to do a quick little save. And then we put the actual screen on. Well, the backlight. Think about a television. Same concept. This didn't happen all the time in the tutorial. Yeah. Again, why I like doing them live. You can actually see what you might have to deal with, Not like, do this, do this, do this, do this, and everything's wonderful. Because it's not always the case. Now, nothing against those kind of tutorials. Do not get me wrong. Those are freaking awesome. And my favorite tutorials that are super easy, clear, concise to understand are obviously on Beeblebum's channel, but other people do them really well as well. I would actually probably do a save here. And then what you're going to do, because you know you have your holders, is you're going to get rid of the blocks behind it. And for this part, just to help with some referencing, I would bring up that floor panel, and we'll get into that in just a minute. All right, now is your art time. All the hard stuff's done. Now it's just playing art, okay? Picking your posters, picking your stickers, figuring out what you're going to do. But this is what you should roughly be looking at. It's exactly the same concept as our singular monitor setups here. So we haven't really altered anything. The only thing that we've altered is the angle. All the references stayed the same. All the technique has stayed the same. The only difference now is the angle. You can incorporate, if you wanted to, the last screen, all right, on the 5. So you could put one in here as well. All right, we're not gonna. Not right now, anyway. We're just trying to get through the number, the 3. So now I would choose artwork. And one of the things I want to point out with your poster is you can get out to about here on it with the poster. So, just keep that. That's kind of where your edge of your screen's going to end up being on that. So it's going to, that's where that whole screen lives. So you want to make sure that the edge of your poster gets out to the edge of this here. I would say right about in the middle of this, the arc here, where this starts to, the apex of that right there. And then you'll know you should be in a good space, which means I think we can do one vertically here. And you know what? I'm going to save. I just want to take a look at something real briefly in my other area. Just to see. Now, I wish the floors didn't phase the way they did. That does create, little things that can get a little annoying, for lining things up. You can alter after. You can go back in and manually do some stuff if you really want to get overly nitpicky like I do. Because it's really more about, the overall visual, right? Like here. We've got the full screen. One of them's lower than the other one. Than the rest of them. Than all the rest of them. One is lower. But is anyone really going to notice unless they do this? And then realize that this is lower than the rest of them? No. Would I? Probably. I'd be like, excuse me, sir. All right, here's our curve. what I need to look at real quick. All right, that's come on right about there. I can go horizontal with that. Okay, we're going to reload our manual save. And these were all the practice ones getting this technique down. This was all my practice stuff. But as you can tell, you know, with practice, it gets more neatness. You know, every one of these has come out a little bit, you know, a little bit better, a little more consistent. You know, that's what we're shooting for is, you know, consistency. You know, something that can be done pretty, you know, pretty consistently. Yeah, consistent. That's the best thing I can come up with here. All right, so, and there's, you know, if I don't like something, I can, as long as I hold on to the sides, like the case, the two sides of the case, that's like, once you get all that situated, that's what you want to hold on to. Everything else is like a tether or, you know, everything else is the poster and then, you know, tethering the screen, and the rest of it is snap. So we've really refined this to a point that you can get away with quite a bit. All right, so we're going to reload El Manuel, please, to be saving. Whew, it's like an oven outside today. I'm not going outside. Got my air conditioner. Oh my goodness. Just opened the window to kill myself a little bit and got blasted in the face with nasty, hot, gross weather outside. DG. Less fiddly, DG. We got way less fiddly on making these. These things now are, you know, look at that. Consistent. Mostly snappable. And 10 minutes. You can build a single one of these in 10 minutes. We timed it. And that was even with me missing glitches and babbling. So if you were concentrating, it would probably take 5. But all of this was like boom, 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 boom. Done, 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 done. Like, and it's, like I was just explaining, it's at a point where if there's something you're not digging, as long as you keep the two side parts, and that's the most fiddly part, but we have reference. Well, of course, it's me. There's going to be some manual placement. And unfortunately, because this doesn't take up a full floor panel, you kind of have no choice if you want to cover and, you know, make the monitor. So let's get back onto our curved one. That's where we're currently working. And then I'll make a singular again to show you. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to get our posters rolling. Again, this is all the artworky bits. So this is all you. This is now, yes, manual placement for this. There is no other way to do this. Snapping it just doesn't do the same. Then the biggest problem with trying to snap it is that. You know, and so this is actually better to do as a now what I would do here first actually is to try to find my sides, right? And the reason being is once I have my sides done, I know what's going to fit my screen, because horizontally we've got this. When we start getting into the vertical, I got to, you know, kind of finagle. So we're going to first start with our horizontal version, all right? So we're going to come around, we're going to change our perspective. We're going to start over again, we're going to scale, going to rotate, we're going to get it as parallel as possible, which is virtually impossible once you start rotating. Then we realize, okay, we're going to give us, a little bit of space right underneath that black bar. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. We know that here is where we need to be, okay, right at the edge of that. So we're going to just kind of come up, find our center, even that out between, so you got an even amount of negative space top and bottom. We're going to drop that in. We're going to roll this over to here, which is also going to require some shimming. So we'll, actually we're going to drop it down to here. Nope, we're not. We're going to redo it to a vertical state. So we know we're, now again, notice odd phasing, right? We have, unfortunately, crappy phasing here. It's different. It's always different. We have that one floor panel we need to oddly adjust. Now here, I'm going to just have to 1, 2, 3. I'm going to have to kind of hope for everything. I'm going to bring this down just so I can kind of see and make sure I'm where I need to be. We're centered. That dot is centered. I'm going to bring this down, give myself, hopefully the same amount of negative space. And then we're going to take this and we're going to go vertical this time because we can hide it. We see our center now. We can actually just kind of go using the dots and line this poster up via the dots. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3. Bring that up. We're going to miss, so we're not going to get any of the lettering, right? Because we're just, at this point, we're going to just try to focus in on the eyeballies. Then we're going to drop in a sticker. Although we could, we could take this. Now we have a center, right? We could kind of bring that up. We may need to make a slight adjustment. But for now, we're just going to try to keep it simple. We're not going to get too insane. I'm going to throw that there. And just for fun, and something different, we'll throw this here. Hoping that none of this is going to lay over the top. Alright, now we're going to get rid of our backing posters. And then it's just tether. Now we should be able to, except we do have that one floor that is lower than the others. But we're going to see what we can do. Maybe if we can find the right reference, we can just throw it in on the. All right, so we're going to bring this in, and again we're going to the second dash, top. Now again, I didn't realize Beeble was streaming today, so if y'all want to get up on that, go right ahead. And notice, look, we're nice and right where we need to be. Everything looks nicely centered. We're going to go in with our next one now. And actually, what I'm going to do here is I want to see if I can actually, can I see that reference with those two in there? I can. All right, perfect. So now we'll try that. We'll see if we drop. If we drop, we'll shim. Because we're going to kind of need to. I'm hoping this will sort of pop up here. And it does. All right, good. We're going to be a little different, but it's okay. This is going to be a little higher. Bring it back a little bit to try to compensate for that. But we're nice and centered. Looking good. Then we're going to drop this puppy in from our tether. And now this is going to be a little bit lower than our last one, unfortunately. As you can see how like the bottom is being cut off before we saw the full rounded bit. Now we're missing the tip. Just a tip. But as we look, yeah, see? That one's lower. So we're going to shim that one. So we'll give that a shim. It's too noticeable. We'll drop in a poster. And you may experience this, so do not fret. But see, now we should be at a more consistent height with the rest of them. And it, again, if you notice that, drop in a shim. And, oh, we're a little too far back. So we'll change that up a little bit. Could be tilted too. I'm sensing a tilt. Yep, okay, so it looks like we're tilted with a bunch of things here. So we're going to redo that. Looks like it may have been the poster itself initially. So, and that poster is definitely on a tilt. But we're just going to, just for consistency's sake, we're going to redo that section. But, again, everything's set up. All I'm doing at this point is, some minor adjustments. We know that everything else should snap right into place when we need it to. Oops. So we're going to go full scale. I'm going to drop it down, kind of see where I am in my screen. Bring it up. A little gap between the two. 1, 2, 3. Bring it out to the edge just a little bit. Again, checking my reference. And now we're just going to line up the dots, hopefully. Well, that was weird. Interesting. This is me obsessing. Sorry. I'm like, all right, where is that one landing? Just trying to see which. I got to turn my my thing down there. That looks. I think that looks right. Should be kind of in the middle. All right, we're going to drop that. We're going to take a look. We're going to throw in our sticker just because we need to. So that's actually off. That's a one thing about the phasing is it really is going to throw you for a loop. You know, every single time you do this, it's going to be a frickin' different scenario. So as much as we've got in this, where we have, again, I would go just kind of trusting your instincts here of where we were. 1, 2, 3. And then just kind of drop that into place. So as much as, you know, this is the curved one. This one takes a little bit more effort for obvious reasons. Whereas the other one, the singular one, seems to go by pretty easily. And we're probably, again, going to have to drop a poster into the floor on this last one, but we're just going to do a quick check. Because if we don't, that would be great. But I think we're going to have to. Yep, we're going to have to. Okay. So grab that poster. Just throw that in there. Give it a shim. Keys to Funk, what's going on? I know, we're getting near there. We got 95 to go. I don't know what the heck I'm going to do if I make it to 1,000. I'm going to have to, like... Yeah, see, now we're a little too high. We're higher than the rest, and I think we are tilted at a bit of an angle. Ah, there we go. That should do it. Although that one looks off. Something looks different. Is it the poster? The poster. Alright, let's move the poster. Don't like it, gotta move it. Poster is making it look bizarre. Okay. Aha, there it is, see? We gotta see where all that stuff ends up being. That looks good as long as it's not tilted. Curved one is just, it's a little, and it's basically the only reason this one's being fiddly is the floor. We would have already been done by now, to be honest. This has been making it different because now we're at different heights. Which causes, changes in your angles, which causes problems. So, this, and see how I just messed with that poster a little bit? I'm going to try to keep it, I was a little lower there. That may actually help. In fact, it does. Only idiot thing I did was I forgot to, again, see, now that one's lower. Hey, Sam Vines, what's going on? So, now it's like, okay, should I go in and put another one or, blah, blah, blah. You gotta, these are the little inconsistencies that I can't, there's nothing I can do about it. So, unfortunately, I'm kind of, nothing you can do. What are you going to do? I mean, you can't fix it, So you just sort of have to deal with it, which is a kind of a bummer. That one floor panel and then the other one, though, you know what? Let's try something here. Did that help when I added that extra one in? I think it did. So maybe that's the key. Let's see if it makes a difference. If it does, that's what we'll do. And look at that. How much of a difference are we going to make here? Enough, not enough, too much. It's that one freaking thing, man. Unbelievable. Kills me. Kills me. Yeah, now we're way too high. Look at that. That's gonna, just for referencing, watch this. If it's right in the same spot, I'm gonna, yeah. See, now we're too high. But it's the best we have, so we're gonna keep it. So that, again, there is still a little fiddly bit, but notice how I'm not having to move the monitor around. I'm not having to worry about shimming. I don't have to worry about, pretty much anything at this point. Oh, that sucks, man. What happened on Discord? Something I should be concerned about? But now that we've already done all that, we can now pop in our case, and we're pretty much good to go here. The only bizarro part about these is covering this angle. So it'd probably be a good idea had I actually done the other section of this. Do you know what I mean? So had I added the other arm. I don't know if I would have been able to do it though. Oh yeah, I could. I just put those in and delete them afterwards. Because see, there's going to be a weirdness here. This, not so much. We can kind of gather all of that up. If I can get it to snap. There we go. Alright, so these we already made. Right, so we could come up here. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. We fold these over. And can add in that. Or try to. Come on. Add that in. Put that on. Fight with your snap points for a couple hours. Again, floor phasing. Earlier the center floor was too low, and we're seeing that now. But it doesn't really matter, again, as long as it looks good. You know, that's really the final bit. You know, it's still even and consistent, so a little discrepancy here and there, but nothing overly concerning. But see, this is all height. Everything that I'm seeing that's off here is all caused by height. Phasing from the flooring. Every single bit of that is because of a different height from the floor itself. So unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about that. But does it really matter? To an extent, you know. So keep an eye on your flooring. That's the only thing I guess I could say about that. If your flooring has different phasing, you will have some issues. And we can see kind of where we're off, you know, from one side to another. A little bit of an angle change here. But I'm trying to do this as quickly as possible. And we can also hide some of that if need be. Oh, take care, Sam. Oh, never mind. I thought you were. I misread that. My fault. So there are some times where you're going to be like, oh, well, that really sucks. You know? I thought everything was fine. We can see it here. You know what I mean? There's a height difference. Nothing I could do. It is what it is. And then, like everything else, you can also set this up from the back so that it, you know, comes over. Again, now we're talking aesthetics. Just trying to, you know, clean everything up. But then now what we need is we got to turn it all on. Let's get our monitors powered up. And now it's all lit. Hey, Katrine. You know, is there a little bit of discrepancy here and there? You betcha. Is it enough to dissuade? No, not at all. Jeez Louise. Come on. Snap in there. This may take a minute. And the fight begins. What snap point are you trying to find? There we go. All right. So aside from this, which I had no control over, it was the floor panel. We see it throughout the whole thing. I could maybe try to redo part of that. And it probably wouldn't take me too long to figure out. So there is some, you know, we do have some discrepancy stuff that we have to take into consideration. And I think with the casing on this, I don't think I'm going to do it the way I did. I think I'm going to change one particular aspect. And what I'm seeing here is, see this crossover here? I think I know how to get rid of that. I don't like it. But single, 10-minute, 5 to 10 minutes to make one of these. He said, what's going on? There's a few other names that should be added to that list. But again, with a little bit of patience and a little bit of practice, we can get this to look a lot better. But it had nothing to do with my technique. All it had to do was the floor panels were differently, different heights. The wire was phasing in at different heights. So if we go back, let's go back to R&D real quick, right? Oh, we got Keys, we got Sad, we got DG. Hey, thanks for stopping in, everybody. We're getting close to that 1,000 mark, man. I can't believe where I am at this point. If I hit 1,000, I'm going to have like a 24-hour stream, figure out how to give out prizes, have some sort of an event, eyebrows off. Everyone's like, where the hell did that go? We're going to have to do something to commemorate, that's for sure. Alright, again. Like this one here. We got a height difference. You can see it here. Not only is it a height difference, it's crooked. I had no control over that. Single monitors, you can get away with a little more. There's not so much around to notice. But with the floor panels on this one being nice and even, except if you look, there's a little bit of a difference. But this was, the floor panels were even. Everything, fell into place where it should have. It did not. I did not have. Is that on? Are we plugged in? We are. Why do I feel like somebody's missing? I think I didn't have those turned on. Okay. But see how we have a much more consistent base? Like everything lines up. And this one here, I did put this in manually. I think that's how I'm going to do it next time. Just a single bar. I think that's going to be the way to do it. Got some different styles. Again, it's all subjective. It's all kind of where you want to put it, how you want to decorate it, what you want it to look like. But the technique that I've come up with makes it a whole lot easier than originally, with the shimming and the posters and the twisting and the, manually putting the screen in. You will have to do that, unfortunately, if you want to change from full scale to any other scale. You will have to make some other, like a lot of the techniques should still work. You just might have to change some reference points. Because now things are going to be different. If you do not have legacy floor panels, it will be a manual placement of everything, but there are ways to do it. You won't need to shim. That's at least a bonus. But you'll have to kind of go in and do... You'll have to find where the front of the screen is going to be, because of the actual light floor panel. And we're going to go back to the other area. We're going to make a singular one again so you can see how it's done. And then the curved is exactly the same. You're just putting it in a curve. It's the same process. The only difference is poster placement. Your up and down and middle should be the same, but the left and right and what you want to view, may change a little bit because you're trying to create one fluid-looking screen. Hey, UWU. Ooh, oh, what? What? What you trying to say on there? Okay, so we're going to go and make one of the singular ones again so that everyone can get the process down. That's kind of why I've been doing these all day. One, so I can get the damn process down. And hopefully, every time I do this, I'm trying to find another thing I can refine. But my biggest problem I'm noticing is for floor phasing with the wire when you're tethering the monitor in. That seems to be the biggest caveat with the curved. With a single, it doesn't matter, unless you're going right next to one another, which if you're trying to do that, then you're going to get into some manual placement again. Because you're going to lack reference points and that kind of thing. All right. And this is just another way of making it. Cutting out the bottom portion. If you want to lift that up higher, you can do that. All right, we're going to reload our manual save because I think we saved back at our other spot. We're going to wish we had more coffee. Which actually I could go downstairs and make a pot. All right, so now we're going to singular. All right, let's do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove all of our tethering for this, just so we don't get confused. We're going to leave that one because it's far enough back. You know what? We're going to just move you somewhere where I can get at you. How about that? All right, let's do that. Let's put you here for now. How about that? All right. Now we got to move we're going to move our palette over so we can get at it. We're missing something on our palette. What are we missing? Missing that. All right. Now we have all of our palette, our tools. So we should be good to go. Although I want to get this out of my way somewhere else. Right there's good. Okay. So I'm going to make this monitor here in that positioning. So we're going to set up our tether first. I'm going to grab a wire that has been enlarged and colored to the coloration that I want my screen. We're going to get this as centered as we can. And blammo. Alright. Now we've got our tether set up. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set my sides of the case for the singular one, which is going to be this corner reference and that first line. Come over to the other side. We're going to do the same thing. Realizing finite movement is not always going to happen. And we're going to check our fold over. Our fold over is a little off. I'm going to say on the other side. So we're going to go over here. We're going to delete that. We're going to move that. And again, our reference is that corner in the top in that first line. Alright, check our fold. Fold looks good. Good enough anyway. A little off, a little forward, but, you know, again, doesn't really matter at this point. Alright, so we like where that is. We're going to save. If I can find my save beacon, there it is. So we've got our sides of our case. Alright, that is some of the more difficult parts. We're going to get rid of that floor. We're going to drop these in for right now. We're then going to drop that down, and that's going to be for aesthetics later. But we want to hold our spot. Bring in our floor again. And now it's where you can see which is, you know, more crooked and whatnot, but it looks pretty good. We're alright with that. Not perfect, but oh well. Alright, so now we got all that. Now we're going to get the part for the screen in, our backlighting and all that. So I'm going to grab that. I'm going to grab that. Nope, not that. We're going to grab that and that. We're going to go to the front of our screen, or the interior. We're going to drop that in. We're going to bring it one back. We're going to remove the first one. We're then going to bring this up a paver height. Like so. We're going to remove that paver. We're going to pop that up to there. We're going to take the one on top. We're going to remove that. We're going to drop this back like 4 so that we have a holder. We're then going to put on our backlight. To the front of that block. We're then going to remove the block behind it. We're then going to grab a poster. rotate the poster. Try to get it as parallel as possible. Bring the poster up so that you've got a little bit of the light floor showing between the two ends. Then you're going to go downscale 1, 2, 3. I'm going to place the poster. Add in whatever sticker you may want to add into it. Remove your backing poster. Take your screen. Tether it. Copy the tether wire. Connect it to the end of the tether wire. And look, we're having floor issues. Look at that. Look at that tilt. Why is that? What I'm going to do is I'm going to reset my tether. Okay, see where our tether is? See how this is kind of higher? Now if we grab our screen, a number of things may happen here. So let's watch what happens. It drops. Why it drops is completely unnecessary for starters. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to try to level this out. Alright. Every floor is going to be different. For the singular one, it really doesn't matter because it's just going to, yeah, look at this. Where's that poster even going? Alright, we just got a new floor panel, so we're just going to check and see. Anything's changed. It has not. Alright, so I'm going to, again, throw in a poster for shimming. And now we'll check to see again where that's going to be, because we want it, you know, if I have to, yeah, see, that's ridiculous. Alright, so we'll throw in another poster. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're not even reaching the surface yet here. Something is funky with that. That ain't cool. Thank you, DGU, as well. Have a good sleep. So again, the technique is sound. It's the floor panel in this instance. Nothing I can do about that. I just have to hope that I can get this to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another attempt at doubling up on the floor panel and seeing if maybe that will help. It may make things a little crazy, but we'll give it a shot. No, we're still too low. And the poster, which should be now look, okay. So now I'm going to try again. See, I had to enlarge the poster, which creates the different, collision bubble, which creates a different tilt, which creates, now we have a different height. Like we're almost too tall now. So as much as, to repeat myself, the technique is sound, what's not sound is the building materials. So, again, not a whole hell of a lot I can do about that. As much as I would like to be able to, I can't do a whole heck of a lot about that. I'm just trying to recenter what I had. I'm going to come up right up there. So I wish there was a way to, to keep that from happening. There is not at this, it's again, I'm just shimming just to try to compensate for, the flooring, which is kind of a bummer. We can try and add it and see what happens without the shim. I mean, it might not be horrible. But see, with the poster in there, now we're way too high, right? Alright, let's get rid of the poster. Let's put it back in, but this time, I'm only going to shim it up part way. Let's see if that brings it down at least a little bit. Or maybe the collision bubble changes. Yeah. So, with a little bit of patience, unbelievable, you can fix your problems. You could go through a couple of different poster sizes and get the level to be more appropriate, like that. So that's that. We've done a bunch of these now. You could even leave that other poster if you wanted. I would get it out of there just for cleanliness. But see how we fix that just by a little shim? The posters make the best shim. Now I'm using that reference line, and I'm, every once in a while I'm moving it a little bit more forward, see if I can't get, a little bit more gap in my screen for adding in another element. Getting the screen a little further away from everything. And now, because we did all of our pre-work, now all we got to do is cover. All right. Now that one took a little bit longer than it should have, but that was based on what? Nothing we did had nothing to do with the technique. That had to do with the flooring. The way the floor was phasing. So when we are presented with a problem like that, don't panic. Just go, oh, okay, wait a minute. I saw Kev mess around with this, trying to figure it all out. He said use a shim. Use a poster. And with the poster, by scaling it up, depending on how much your wire is phasing into the floor, whatever your part is that is actually phasing into the floor, by scaling that poster up, incrementally, it's going to change its collision bubble, which is then going to change the height. So you can kind of, adjust minutely the height of the wire in order to compensate for that, so you can kind of get everything into place. So that's actually pretty good. I'm pretty stoked with that. All right, I do want to, like, that negative space on the other side has always kind of driven me nuts. So I think we're going to try and fit something in there. Because, well, we can. We've got our tethers. We've got the sides of our casing made. Now it's just, hey, noodling around with your artwork and your casement. Those two side walls are the most important thing. Everything else, snaps into place, or universal adjacencies into place. The poster, we know where the middle is, so we do have, a good starting point. Getting the poster to be nice and centered, that looks pretty darn good. We got that, centered up real nice. The only major problem is floor collision. So depending on where you've built, what you've built upon is going to change some things. So now with the curved screen, as we learned, unfortunately, let me just grab my controller here. I had to AFC for a second. So with the curved screen, as we learned on this one, there's a couple things decoratively I didn't care for. So we're going to strip that out after, and we're going to fix that. We're pretty much okay with everything else, but we'll probably finagle that. I'm just going to strip that down so we can see. But again, everything's pretty even. Everything's decently spaced. Yes, we got a little bit of offset there, but we know why. We know that it's all due to the floors. So we might do a save and a reload and see if that changes anything. Because the problem with this one, unfortunately, is the height discrepancy with this. So you know what? We're gonna redo this one. I'm gonna tear this down. We're gonna figure out if we do end up with an issue with height discrepancy when making the casing, because that's on this one. That's where the problem really kind of showed, was when we were in the case. So we're gonna look into that. we got a good majority of this already set up, so we can actually finagle that. Alright. And you saw I had a poster in there. I had no choice. I had to put it in. Alright. So, again, our case is made. We know our fold over is decent. We can come into here, place our parts in, and we are back in business. Alright, so now we're right back to where we were on the other ones. And then we gotta turn it on, get a little power going to it. And we'll see here, throw on the power, and then boom. Now everything lights up. And one simple monitor, cover the top, we've demonstrated that earlier. And then add your decorations. But that's the singular monitor, and it's really quite simple. It does not take a whole lot of effort. Hey, Devante. I wish I had some nip. I'm all out, and I don't get paid till Friday. So then up here, we might want to, let's finish up what we started. Let's cover that. Cover the back. Let me take a small alloy floor or whatever. There's some other decorative tips I can show you on this if you are interested. I just kind of pop that there. So it kind of, instead of that V, we kind of get a cross cut there. Drop this over, try to do the same thing. We're not going to be able to, so we're going to finagle to what that one does. Or we could, remove the screen and see height difference. Height difference. See the difference? On all the other ones, we came up and we were fine. On this one, we've got the collision bubble happening right up top. Alright, so now what I might do here is double up just to kind of hide some shit. And who's really going to be looking at the rooftop, especially once we get it, done up the way we need it. And there you go, one case. All hidden. No fuss, no muss, no messing about. Actually, quite a bit of fuss, quite a bit of muss, and a little bit of messing about. But there you have it. And now we'll watch this go completely different on another floor panel. So let's do that, just so we can kind of see what's going on. I'm going to repeat what I did over here, or at least I'm going to attempt to. So in order to do that, we need to bring that floor back a half step. And now we're going to set everything up on this floor panel here. Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing we just did, only we've stepped the floor back a half step. So what that's going to do is it's going to put our monitor front a little further back. We are going to get a little bit of step over from the part, but we should be fine. So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit, and I'm going to work on getting my case made first, being the most fiddly portion of it. So I'm just going to work on that first and get that done. Once I got that done, everything else is pretty quick. It really, truly is. Way quicker than it used to be, that's for sure. And I'm just trying to get as parallel as possible. Backhand looks a little off, but we'll give it a shot. And again, we're going to check for our fold over. This one needs to come up a little bit. That's good enough for government work. Yeah, we'll slide it back a little bit. I thought you said it was good enough. Yeah, I know. Not quite. Alright, now I'm going to mess with the other side because I want to make this nice and perfect. Again, this is the fiddly part. And, you know, you don't have to be overly fiddly because, honestly, the casing is the casing. You know, however you put in your walls and everything else is going to kind of determine the rest of it. But you want to get this as good as you can. That looks pretty darn good. There's a little bit of a discrepancy over here, but I'm going to deal with it. Okay, so we got our case. All right, now you want to save after you've got that part down, because again, the most fiddly portion of it. Alex Van Logan, welcome. How you doing today? Excuse me. Alright, so I've saved that. We're good. We're going to put a holding panel on that. We're going to try to. Actually, I don't want it there. That should work. Alright, I'm going to just take that out of there for a second. So I can add in here, which, you know, that's actually a nice way to see too. We're a little off. We could finagle that. But, do I really care? It's not really going to make that much of a difference. But, now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe I do care. So we're going to fix this one over here. Now, I wish this was, a full length of something. That way we could, just carry from one side to the next. But because this folds over like it does, we have to kind of deal with a little bit of issues. So again, we'll just check real quick. A little far forward. Pain in my behind. Heck, the floor panel itself doesn't even look like the lines are straight on it. Sometimes you just have to go with your gut. You really just have to trust in your instincts and say, you know what, that looks good to me. Otherwise, you will be fighting for a while. And I don't mind it. For me, it's kind of relaxing to just kind of figure out where I need to be every time. And because I know when it's done, I'm not going to split hairs over that one. That looks okay. All right. Yeah, that's good enough. I'm not really going to split hairs over that. That really is quite good. Okay. Hunting some fancy alien multi-tools. It would be funny if it would become in C-class after tomorrow's update, though. Yeah, right. Well, this morning, yes, but I'm going to probably break it down to a short tutorial as opposed to just a longer one. But I felt it important to kind of go through it as I was doing it. But yes, I will be doing an actual short tutorial on this. But if you watch the very beginning, actually, fast forward through like the first 10 minutes. That should be fine. All right, now we have all our setup done, right? So we can get rid of these. Now we're going to do the screen portion of it again. So we're going to grab a block. We're going to grab the long short wall here. We're going to go to the front portion of our floor panel. Pop that into place. Then we're going to put one behind it. We're going to delete the first one we put in. Then going to raise up that block by a paver. So basically a half step. I'm going to raise that up. Remove the paver. Move the block so it pops up right to there. Place it. Remove the one on top. Backtrack that. I say usually about 4, just so you have a holding pattern for anything you need later. Then you're going to take your light floor panel. You're going to put it to the front of that block right in front here. You're going to remove the block behind it. You're going to now take your poster, which now is just your art, so whatever one you want to do, however you feel like doing it. Yeah, what did we do last time? We did that one. Yeah, let's just keep with the theme. Alright. Then, keeping your poster as flat as possible and up away from the electrical nub. Thanks, Alex. You have yourself a wonderful day. And then place that. Change your camera position so that you're a little bit more in front. Make sure everything, and actually at this point I would even replace the poster. Get it to full scale. Rotate it. Get it as parallel as possible. Bring it down underneath that black bar so you have a little bit of light floor showing both top and bottom. 1, 2, 3. And place. Now you're going to want to get your sticker or any other adornment that you want to add into this. Pop that on there. Then you're going to take delete your backing poster. You're going to grab your screen. Oh, you're going to first set up your tether point. But again, this is the easy part. The hard part was getting those two parts in line. Everything else is kind of a snap or a universal adjacency or a tether. We're going to take a look at our floor and go, oh, this is going to suck. And then your only other problem is, where is the wire phasing on the floor? That's really the biggest caveat here. So now we're going to tether that to the front. Bring that behind the light floor down to the second dash. And we're a little lower here. We can see it. Not a big deal. But just kind of to get into the shimming portion of it, since we do realize we're lower, I'm going to throw this poster in here. I'm not going to scale it up. In fact, I'm going to scale it down a little bit. Because I noticed that we did see some of our wires. So now I'm going to grab that. Get ready for our tether. And now we're going to look at the wire, and look at that. It's right up a little bit higher now. Now we're getting to see the pencil point, right? We could maybe even shrink that a little bit more. So when that does that to you, if you're doing the multiple screens, you will have to play with poster scaling a little bit. But again, we're pretty darn centered. We're a little low on the poster, but not a big deal. It's actually not bad at all. It's still, everything kind of centers in nicely. And now we're done. Now again, we're going to move our floor back into position. So we can kind of delete that, which will thankfully get rid of the poster. So we'll get that in. Then we're going to grab our casement parts. We're going to drop those in. Oops. But not really, just a little bit different. Actually, no, this is just fine, come to think of it. If I can get it to go where I need it to go. There we go. Come on, come on. Thank you. And then we add our power. Cut off of our flashlight, and there you go. And then you can connect these items so that you have one continuous flowing wall. And then again, you can add anything else after this point, whatever your heart desires. You can bring that here. You can do something funky like that. You could do this one like so. You know, again, whatever, at this point, it's purely aesthetics. Whatever you feel like doing here is, you know, up to you. You know, get your aesthetics on. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to repeat everything one more time. So we're going to move our palette over again. I'm just getting everything situated. What the hell happened? That's what happened. There we go. That was a little weird, but oh well. Alright, we don't need that. That we need to move. Now we can put right there. Alright, so we've just moved all of our palette over. We're going to move you as well. So, we have a screen that sits about here on the floor, and then we have one that sits, you know, almost center on the other one. You can bring this forward, okay? If you go to the first dot, it will be right more towards the center. You will not have as much hang off. The reason I kept this tutorial at the second one was to keep consistency, so that you would think about the second dot when doing this one. If you go to the first dot on this one, I'm not sure. I think it brings it up to the right in the middle, but I don't remember. But once you do that, it changes the screen position. So while you can bring it a little more forward, unfortunately after that point you're going to have to manually place in the block, which will keep it not as straight, not as consistent. Because when you bring this screen forward and you put the block in, with the wall, that's the, a good enough amount of phasing with the block. It's enough to put the poster in the light and some stickers and do what you need to do without having to, add other things, like 3 posters, for example. You don't have to do 3 posters. You just do the one. So, and again, we got pretty decent height here matching. We had to, if we didn't put that shim in there, we would not have this, same matching. All right, so again, just to repeat, just to get this down, we're going to first, because we want to match the one we just did, we're going to slide that one on back half a step. We'll get our tether placed in immediately so we don't forget that. And look at here. Geez Louise. Alright, so we'll place... Okay, so this is actually what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to... We either stay on the same plane, or like this one becomes... Well, there's only one way to find out. And if I come out here, what's going to happen? We're going to tilt up. So we're going to throw a poster in on the other end. We're going to keep it at scale. And we're going to hope, let's see here, when does this pop up? Nowhere. Alright, so... Shim and shim, shim shimmery, shim shim shiree. So we're going to bring this poster to full scale. 1, 2, 3. Drop that. Take a look at where we are. That looks pretty good. We're a little too high, but we'll take it. Now we're going to double check on this. We're going to see where this lands over here now. Alright, so it looks like it's about the same height. Alright, so we're going to leave that. Now what we're going to do is that fun part, and I say that facetiously. We're now going to take our short wall and we're going to repeat what we've been doing for the past couple of hours. We're going to drop this in, taking that first line. Actually, if you straighten out your cursor, it helps. That front corner, that front line, and we're going to try to keep everything nice and even. Bring that out to about there. And call it. And then what you could do, honestly, actually, to help is you could probably throw a, you know, the full-size version of this off of this here, right? So let's take this just to show what I mean. Snap that into place. And then as you're taking this one, you could kind of, you know, do a similarity, you know, okay, well, let's just bring it to this line instead, you know. See where this one's breaking, it's going like kind of a little over the line. It may help you. At this point, I'm just kind of, I know sort of what I need to do here, so I've kept it, you know, kept what I've needed, if you will. And since we are in a bit of a build, we also have to kind of keep in mind that we're going to have some camera issues. Now, I know Beeble is streaming, so if you would like to, I would go check out Beeble, because he's probably building something pretty cool, I would imagine. And he's pretty good with that speculation stuff. Alright, so now we're going to check our fold over. Do a little bouncing back and forth. A little Beeble. Come back over here, see if I've accomplished anything. And, yeah, we need to move something. We're gonna keep this one because it's easier to get at camera over here. So we should have probably done that ahead of time, right? And look at that. We got a raised bed here, which is weird. All right, so now we're gonna move this one forward a little bit. So let's take a look at where we are. Yep, we do need to move that forward a little bit. I'm gonna copy that, put it in a free placement, hit move on that one. I'm gonna bring this in. Do the drop test. That looks really good. We'll leave that one alone. Alright. Got our casement made. I'm going to do a save. Alright, case is made. Perfect. So now we get rid of these. Now we do the screen portion, which is take the block, followed by the full short wall, universal adjacency in the block, pop a block behind it, remove the one in front of it. Raise it up by a paver. Delete the paver, move the block into position, delete the block on top. Add 4 behind it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, that's just to give you clearance for your camera. You can move it back 3 if you want, if you have a way to do it. Alright, so once that's there, now we got to put our backlight in. After the backlight's in, you can remove the block, reposition your body and your camera to get as straight on and as flat as possible. Get your camera up, grab your poster, whatever you're going to use, scale that up, and I usually try to go above the electrical symbol whenever possible. Place that, rotate it, bring it down so that you have a little bit of a gap, as even as you can. Center that dot, should be fine. Actually, I'm gonna reset the poster. Alright, so we want a little bit of a gap, and then I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. I'm going to bring it up just a little bit. There we go. Now I'm going to place it. I'm going to grab a sticker of sorts, just to add in another fun and exciting bit. We're going to get rid of our back. We're then going to get our short floors. I should have done this earlier, but I did not. Look at that. Nice, and that's almost perfect. Gotta love that. Then we're going to just drop those down underneath, like so. Get rid of those. Get rid of the upper ones. This is quite a bit of a height change, which is really odd, I gotta say. Now, again, floor phasing, there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to make it work for you on some level. I can't, the only thing that I can do and offer right now as a tip is, put some shims in, and try to get things to be, as level as you can make them. Drop the screen in. And again, like, boom, perfect. Boom, 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 boom. All dead moons? Eternal darkness, what's going on? Yeah, speculate. I get a little... It's like I've stopped speculating. There's no need to speculate. Just enjoy. Like, why speculate? Go, ooh. I mean, I get it. I do speculate a little bit. But in my mind, I'm like, we're going to get what we get. We're going to realize that there's going to be some issues, because there always is. Building is going to suffer, because it always does. Building will be broken. Every single update we've ever had, building has broke on some level. So I have gotten used to that, as much as I don't want to get used to it. But even if it's not a major break, something in building breaks whenever we get an update. I don't know why. It's the way of the world, apparently. And over the years, we've just gotten used to it. American Psycho used to joke with me about it, and then I realized it's really true. I didn't think it was, but it is. It is a truth. So I have, at this point, kind of, have gotten used to it. I'm going to be there to, deal. But all in all, I just can't wait to see what cool stuff we gonna get. Really doesn't matter to me, to be honest, at this point. I'm just, I want to give them money. Like, I wish they'd stop giving us free stuff. Like, look, I want to give you money. You guys have been giving us so much stuff for free, Like, you could totally charge me for stuff now. I wouldn't complain at all. In fact, I would be happy to. I mean, I'd be more stoked if I could, like, pay for building packs. I mean, that's for sure. I'd love to be able to, pay money for a pack of building parts. I think that would be killer. See, look at discrepancy. Height discrepancies all over the flippin' place. You just got to deal with them, my friends. You just got to deal with them. There is, unfortunately, not too much. Look at how much of a discrepancy that is between those two. That's ridiculous. And that's all the flooring. That's all that is. Now, thankfully, due to game mechanics, we can kind of at least hide the fact that that is not lining up by doing that. But, unfortunately, it is not the way it should be. Okay. Now we're going to move the floor back into position, like so, like so, no, like so, like so. We're going to light this candle on this one. So as we see here, it's like that. Throw our light on, and bam. Now we have a full run of wacky-ass screens. And we've got some height discrepancies. But again, nothing I can do about that. That's, that is what it is. I wish I could. But that's the flooring. And unfortunately, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. Except for throwing some shim. And that's what I've been doing. It's just not going to be perfect. We can make this perfect by, at least the rest of it, the ceiling, by using the snapped areas. But even that, I'm going to tell you, is not going to be perfect. Even snapped is not perfect. Because of the part being, having different phasing and, different levels of where everything sits. It is not going to be, ain't going to be what you think it's going to be. All right, now, after you've done all that kind of work, then you can get into like adding more crap into it. You can add some movement. I wish they added select multiple parts and copy. I know I played another game with that. Maybe it was Fallout 4. Make one of these screens and copy the whole damn thing at once. I agree with you. Then I wouldn't have to do all this BS. But the only thing I'm not 100% happy with on these is I don't like the upper cutoff. I prefer having all of the rounded edge showing, but in order to do that, there's going to be you would have to do some finagling, and it's not worth that. This one we see, the rounded bit here, always keep an eye on my cursor when I'm pointing something out, if you will. I mean, we could do this here as well, but it's too bright. So it would be, up here in this corner, and how we have it there. Here it's a little squared off. Floor facing height, that's all that is. And we saw that here. There's like a gap in between the floor and when I was hovering the part, you can see it right here, kind of where my cursor is again. And over here, I think we had the same thing, but not as significant. No, we didn't. See how it, yeah, see? And then again, it changes. This is nice and flush on the floor. There's an air gap on this one. So, remember to keep those particular thoughts that while this is a neat technique, it is not exactly perfect. It is a lot less fumbly than it used to be, which is nice. Things are a bit more consistent. So I'm going to dial this in as a success. I'm going to say that the technique itself is sound. The phasing with the parts becomes the issue, but I think the overall technique works. And that, my friends, is what I was counting on. You know, all kinds of wacky stuff you could do, you know. You could stack that up a little bit higher again. That's going to cause an issue, though. I can see that right away. Not going to want to go on the upper part. If we're underneath it, maybe, but... Of course, as soon as I go to give up and it falls into place, and then I moved by that point. It's like, oh, you wanted to put that in there? Well, I don't think so. And of course, you'll be fighting with everything for days and days and days until finally, out of nowhere. And part of the problem with this will be trying to figure out what wacky angle you need to be at to see that floor panel that you just snapped in there. And of course we got the edge piece, but I don't want to do that. I want it to snap to the other one. Oh, thought I saw it. Round and round we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. And sure. All right. Yeah, that's kind of neat. You know, yes, we have overlap. There is going to be that. You can do something with it. It does not have to stay like that. It really is your... Now, if you do this one, you're not going to have overlap. But the decorative portion at this point is 100% up to you. This is now, you know, what do I want to do to make this work for me in such a way that it works for with whatever you're doing. And it's really all in how you want to decorate, you know? It's up to you what you want to do. Yeah. Yeah. Problem solved. Yep. We got a gap. Not that I can see. Alright. Problem solved. And now you have that. Matt's Gaming Channel, what's going on? How you doing? Thanks for stopping in today. So, to kind of recap, and if anyone's missed anything or anyone wants to see any of this again, just ask, because I will show it to you. I don't mind. It's good practice. Even through the door, you can see that. That's working. Yeah. What do we think? Any questions? Any comments? Anything? Anything. Thank you. We're going to go back to the R&D area. This was the tutorial area. And we're going to take a look at the extendo screen again. I think we're going to do one more try on that. I'm not sure a save and a reload is going to really change. And Matt's Gaming, if you are new to my channel, which it seems like you may be, I am working on a city project. If there's anything you want to see, just feel free to ask. Say, hey man, I'd be interested in checking out your city. Actually, now that we have our screen technique down, we should go look for a place in the city to put another one, because those are all done manually placed. Those are early screens with like all kinds of wackiness. These are now much more in line and much more much easier to do and make. So what I've been doing the past few days is, actually the past week or so, as we started, I've been making monitors for a number of years. We've had the same 3 wall screens forever, and I got to a point where I was like, all right, I need to make something that's different. So I started creating different versions, and throughout the years, we've had many different looks. Now we've been given new parts and building mechanic, and the other day I came up with this one, this large extended version. This is the 5.0. And then we've got the 3.0. Right here. Couple of different versions, little animations going on, singular screen, and this, being the 3, it's just a question of adding 2 more to get the 5. Well, that's kind of what we've been working on for the past few days. Just trying to get some different screens going. I showed how to make these in your freighter. I've shown how to make these with a shim sort of method, but that gets really fiddly. But for doing different size ones, you have to do it manually. If you're going to change the size of the screen, you're going to have to go back to doing it manually. If you don't have legacy floor panels, you're going to have to do a lot of it manually. And, all the decorative portion is essentially put in manually. That one came out neat. I like the way that works. All right. And this is my landing bay and critter containment unit. / alien hydroponic growing area. Containment area. It's not really, it grows, I guess. I don't know if you'll be able to harvest it, though. I never tried. I don't think you can. I think the collision bubble keeps you from harvesting it. Eternal Darkness, thanks for hanging out. Well, Eternal Darkness, if you ever need help, feel free to ask. I can kind of help you out with a little bits and pieces if need be. We're still at 905 subscribers. We are 95 away from the magic 1,000 number. All right. What are we going to do? What do we want to do? I think we need to repeat this one. I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to need to. Because we couldn't get it to work properly the first time. So let's go and do that one more time. Single screen, we've got that down. We have that locked. Multiples gets a little bit trickier. Definitely. And you know what? Let's go take a look at the city. I haven't been there in a little bit. Let's go take a gander, shall we? Let's take the walk of monitor. I should have planned this. This was just me testing. I should have thought about putting it here. I did not, though. All right, let's head over to the city. There's a part in the city that I keep staring at, and I'm like, I want to tear it down, but the other part of me is like, this was one of your first attempts at making a screen using the that thing. We'll see in a minute. Like this is manually made. I haven't figured out a snap technique for something like this. This is all manual placement, but there is a little bit of snapping involved. There's a little bit. But a lot of this, ends up being manual placement. That is definitely, I have not figured out. I mean, I could get the bottom row at least made, well, no, I can't even because of, I'd love to be able to get the bottom row of that to work properly, but because of, I might be able to. We'll take a look into that actually. So now, knowing our new technique, we could put one of those monitors anywhere, really. As long as we got a floor panel's width to work with, we can pretty much get away with just about anything. The vending machine is the next one I want to try to get to be snapped. That's going to be my next project, is I want to get this so I don't have to shim it. I think we're going to have to, though. I think it's one of those that needs to be done in a manual fashion in order to get the proper placement for all the beverages. You know what I mean? So I think we're going to have to actually do that manually every time. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping I can come up with a technique like I did for the monitor. But the way it's looking right now, I don't foresee it happening. I want to tear these out and put the new monitor in. Like, I really do. I want to rip all of this out and start fresh. But part of me is like, no. It's like, no. You know how much work that, and it's again, one of my original designs. So I kind of want to keep it just for sentimental reasons. But I have not gotten definitive on whether or not I'm going to or not. So we'll see what happens. There's still a ton of work to do in here. We're not quite at 7,000, but we're getting really close. I think we got another 200 to go. I'm waiting for some of the new posters to unlock. Little detail that a lot of people don't notice, but it's there's a glass ceiling in here in our corridor. Early monitor. early version. Those were all hand manipulated. The smaller squared version. Again, all hand manipulated on those. I don't know. I have not tested out a method for that yet. Got our in-wall fish tanks. Kind of an interesting room. And again, I will be offering tours of this via SharePlay. If you're PlayStation, I can offer up a SharePlay tour of this so that you can see it in a different perspective, and maybe on your large screen television instead of a phone or tablet. So it is something that is in the works. I will finish this at some point, or more likely the game will finish it for me at some point. And I'll start offering tours. Thank you, Sam. I really appreciate that. We're getting there on it. We got a ways to go. I need to start throwing in detail and just, we'll call it done. I might not be able to decorate to the extent I would like, but, we'll get somewhere with it. At least that's the plan. More detail? Believe it or not, yes. Like my vision for this is a little overboard at this point because I know it's not really feasible. But it's just waiting to see what what the building mechanic in the game does. The whole point of this is to push it to its limit. This build is all about pushing the console and the game to the absolute breaking point. In order to see what I can get away with. No, this is one base computer, Sam. Believe it or not, this is one base computer. Let's find out. I can't read that small. We are currently at 6,847 parts. So we have about 153 more to go, right? Which I could probably do in a stream if I just put my thinking cap on. So now, although no one can ever visit this without doing SharePlay with me, because of our 3,000 part limit upload, you'll never be able to come here and see the entirety. You'll see some of it. You'll see my last upload, which was at the 3,000 part limit. What you won't see is, all the detail I've been adding recently, like the vending machines, all the monitors, that building up there, this building right here, the The 16 sign, I believe, is not there. That hovering one is not there. None of the billboards, little flashing signs, are visible. This whole building, including the large billboard on top, is not visible. Absolutely none of the new style monitors. All of the buildings over here in this corner, you wouldn't see, all the stuff I've added recently. But because this is my build, and I can basically build to my heart's content, and I can walk around it or film it, then, it doesn't matter. Back in the day, we used to have something called build restrictions, and you could turn the complexity on or off. And if you had it off, you could do what I'm doing now. Now they just turn that off. You don't really have a choice in the matter anymore. Now you just kind of build and keep going until the game either starts to blue screen on you or you just can't build anymore. So my goal with this particular build is to continue to build until one of two things happens. The game says I can't handle anymore, or the console says I can't handle anymore. And, we'll just see what happens. Now, Dark Lord Zelric, who is very knowledgeable, recommended not going past 8,000. So we're going to get up that way, and we're going to start to see what happens. My goal is 10K. My ultimate goal is tear every other build I have down and just build until I run out of parts. Until the game is like, yeah, you have done all the parts you're allowed to do for this save. That would be my ultimate goal. Whether or not that will work is a whole other question. Now, the other problem I'm experiencing lately is flashiness, but that, I have a feeling, is due to the fact that it is a legacy part, and the lighting is also legacy. So I've been dealing with that, and there's way too much bloom. All right, way too much. Now, I have HDR turned on currently in order to allow stream to be bright enough to see. If I turn HDR off on my TV and on the PlayStation, then the bloom is much more tolerable for my viewing, but the stream gets really, really dark. So I've opted for keeping it on while I stream. All right, let's head back to R&D. And we'll try the curved one again, but we're going to try it on the other end. I want to see something. But yeah, before you can only upload 3,000 parts, all right, for your base computer. That's it. That's what people will be able to see. That's what you will be able to upload is 3,000. All right, that way when somebody goes and visits and you're not there, they'll get to see it. And even if you are there, they'll get to see it. If you do what I'm doing, whatever your last 3,000 was, again, to repeat, is what people will see while I am there or while they visit solo. However, if you have a PlayStation, and because I'm on PlayStation, we can do share play, and I can walk you around in the perspective on your screen. Or if I know you well enough, I can hand you the controller and you can explore, which is what I would prefer, but I need to trust you because I don't want some rando going in there and being like, yeah, I'd love to visit that, and then starts deleting a bunch of stuff on me. Granted, I could take control and, reset, but I would hate to have to do that. I mean, I would love to be able to trust everybody to just, here's my controller, explore, have fun, walk around, check things out on your own accord and see it through your eyes, not mine. But Unfortunately, that doesn't always work out to our advantage, does it? Alright, so we're here. We are going to... I could have sworn I saved elsewhere. Alright, let's head over to our R&D area, and we're going to try to make the other one. Now, the tutorial for this is part today, but I'll trim it down so that, you know, it's just a straight up tutorial. But the singular screen has been, we've got it. We've got the singular screen down, even with the floor facing the script. What the hell just happened there? Did I just go right back to where I was? I did. I'm like, wait a minute. What the hell what did I just do? Oh, yeah, I went right back to where I am. Okay. Gotcha. We didn't want to do that. We wanted to go to the tutorial. Good morning. You can tell I haven't had my second coffee. Alrighty. So we're going to warp over to the tutorial area. We're going to take a look around. By the way, your TV screen technique has given me an idea for my space build that I'm working on at the moment. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I love when I can inspire someone. That's one of my favorite things to do. See, now, even though this is a little offset, it still works, you know. Yeah, we could probably, you know, get things a little bit, you know, and I'm doing this sort of quickish for everybody, so I'm not taking up too much time. But, you know, we could probably finagle things around a little bit, you know, more. We don't need to necessarily add this other thing. We could actually delete that. It does not need to be there. Again, you know, this is all what you want to do afterwards. You know, we could just leave it like that. It works. Cuts out some other garbage interior. And if you want to see how to get more animation to your screens, we'll do that as well. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is we're going to attempt to make our next one, our curved one, oops, here, which is kind of silly, but we're going to go for it anyway. So again, you're going to need to start off with a circle, alright, in order to get this floor shape going on. Alright, and then unfortunately, you're going to delete everything you just did, but the bonus is, why is that off like that? Did I make that offset? That's really weird. You can just pop that floor back into place, start your circle all over again if you need to, you know what I mean? Like that. Alright, so now we're going to do a 3, so I'm going to just kind of add these in here like so, just to kind of have a holding pattern. We're going to do the 3 screen version, which means that I'm going to set up a tether on every one of these. And we should probably move all of our palette over again. So, in order to make one of these screens, this is everything you need. Minus this and this. Okay. So this is everything you need to make the screen. You need this light floor, paver, block, pyramid, floor containment 2, long short wall, half short wall, a light. This is for color change for walls, so you don't really need this. But that's the palette that you're going to be working with. All right, let's set up, oh, and an enlarged wire as well. My apologies. So you're going to need one of these as well. Bink. So we're going to start our tether set. And we're going to start that with this one here. We're going to look, we're going to see, what do we got already? We already have a floor phasing problem, right? What's it look like here? So, in the interest of time and going back and realizing that we need a poster there, we're just going to throw a poster in and hope that it's all lined up. Then we're going to grab our wire again. We're going to take a look at how much that's raised up. Not a lot. So, what I guess we'll do now is, and we can't even get at the poster. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. So we'll do that. We'll grab our poster again. We'll make our shim. So what I'm going to do this time is I'm just going to enlarge it to full scale. Then I'm going to bring it down 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we're going to get our wire. We're going to see where that's going to lay, which we'll know right away when we do this. And look at that, popped right up, right? So now we're going to keep that on this. And we're just setting a tether, so it doesn't have to be 100% until you get to about here. Okay, that keeps that. Now we're just going to test to see where this ends up, because we know we're going to come down to our second line here. That should be good. Okay. Now we're going to move the floor over. Oh, no. We're going to move the floor over, which is going to delete our poster, but that's okay. Everything should be all set now. All right. So now we're going to copy that. We're going to take a look, see where this lays in. It's too short. We're going to grab our poster again. We're going to lay that under. We're going to go full scale. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3. Place it. Copy. Realize that, hey, look at that. We're back on the same kind of plane that we just were. We'll drop in our tether point. We'll give this a look. Make sure that we are also raised up here. And that looks similar to what we have next door. Okay. Now we're going to move this again. That's going to delete our poster that we just had in there. That's okay. We're going to check. We're going to see where this is sitting. Way too low. We're going to throw our poster back in. We're going to scale it up full scale. 1, 2, 3. We're going to grab our tether, take a look. That's way too high. Look at the difference. Delete the poster. Get the poster in there. This time we're just going to drop it in. And we're going to see if that is enough. Come around. Nope. Delete our floor because we can't get at the poster. Try to get that to snap into place. Grab the poster again. And again, it's not the technique, it's the flooring. There's nothing you can do about this. So we're going to scale that up. Full scale. 1, 2, 3. Place it. Check. Too high. Poster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still too high. Poster. 1, 2, 3. A little too low. This gets frustrating because if you're not at the same height, unfortunately what's going to happen is you're going to that tilts right there. That pops up. Okay. When you do the multiple screen, it's really noticeable when you are not when you're not centered right. Or when you're not at the right level. And, you know, it's unfortunate that we have to deal with this. Because it creates for, you know, all these freaking nightmare scenarios, which unfortunately eat up time when you're trying to do something. Much like we're doing right now. We're wasting time because that floor, that one floor panel decided to be freaking problematic. And now we're having to make adjustments to deal with it. Alright, I'm going to call that good-blood enough. It's as close as I can get it to what I need it to be. Alright, so we're just going to call that good enough. It's not too high, it's a little too high, but it's unfortunately not going to match everything, which is the downside, right? It is kind of a drag. Dark Hellboy, what's going on? How you doing? Yo, homie, I want to see you or Chaos or somebody had done something with these bits before, but not obviously to the extent I have oddly taken it. And also the build mechanic was very different back then, but I still want to say it was one of y'all that had done something with these previously. Alright, so now we're going to put our casement around everything. And we know kind of where we need to do all of that. Catherine, welcome. Thanks for stopping in, guys. I appreciate it. Now, the curved one, the case is a little bit more fiddly, unfortunately, due to all the other angles that are there. So, unfortunately, this one does take a little bit more on the fiddly part. But the tether part and all that stuff is just the same, which is freaking awesome. And floor phasing does create some issues, as we've noticed. Alright, so here what I might do, just for checking things, I might do that. And there we go. That's going to show our problem. Look at that right there. Look at how much of a difference that floor is in comparison. Like, why? Why are you so bloody different? Like, what makes you do what you're doing? But see the difference? That's ridiculous. Look at that height change. Look at that. That is outrageous. Now, we may have had something go wrong with my circle, but twice in a row, I'm going to say no. That is outrageous. Why this game does these things is beyond me. We're going to try building the circle again. Alright, let's do that. It shouldn't be. I started with a floor panel. Flat. It was done with the wire. There should have been no discrepancies whatsoever with this at all. Like, this should have just worked. Alright. We're going to delete all of this. Everything. All of the circular bits. We are going to go somewhere, and we're going to try and get a flat frickin' circle going. So we can actually make one of these bloody things. That's really kind of a bummer, to be honest with you. Again, there's sometimes I just question, why the game works the way that it does. I really do. It's like, why would you do that here, but not here, and et cetera, It's like I put a floor on the problem. If you don't wire glitch the first panel on the wire, then the levels are different. Well, see, I used to do that too. I would wire glitch the panel back to the wire. Okay, so I need to continue to do that. Gotcha. Alright. Alright, so we're going to start one. Out here. Just because alright, so let's try to quickly make a circle. There. Okay. Now, let's see what we get. Come on. Now I can't even get the wire to do anything. Yeah, see, that's what I used to do, and then I stopped doing it for some bizarre reason. I just was like, I skipped that step. But now I will make sure to remember that. So unfortunately, just to make the 3 or 5 or whatever you can do, you have to make this entire circle. Because you need, come on, you need the arc that this circumference makes. Okay, we got our circle. Let's go save. Actually, we just deleted all that, so let's build a new save. Alright. So now we need and I usually just try to get my compass points rolling just so I can see where everything is. Alright, we need that. And see how it just folds over there? That's what we're looking for. So you can make 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then you have a singular. So it doesn't quite work. Alright? Because right there, your fold over, you could do that, but then you're going to have like a path. Where are those meeting? Yeah, you're going to have a weird bit here. Okay? So here's the center of those two. You're going to have a path in like that. If you want, you could go full, circumference like that, but the best I have seen so far is the 3 and the 5. Anything past that, it gets a little wonky. And then if you wanted to say, if you had one here, flat, you might be able to do that. Coming off of it, or, if you, you'd have to create a different circle and get a different circumference. But this one so far has been the best that I've had at the moment. So I've just kind of kept it. All right, so we've got our circle. We're going to keep the 5 going for now. I'm going to delete our circle that we just made. I am going to delete the wire because we do have the floor panel that came from, so we can delete this. I'm going to delete the wire, and now I'm going to set up tether points, and I'm going to set up extensions here to hold on to our floor panels. Now again, we are just going to do the 3 for now. And we're going to set up color. And then we are going to extend, grab a tether point. We're going to do these individually so that we don't have anything adding to anything. And now we're going to take a weird look and see floor phasing again. Doesn't look as bad at the moment. We're hoping that that did take care of it. Okay. Tethered. We're now going to wait a minute. Where's our circle? Where did I just screw up? That's our extension. That's where we're going. Okay. That's our tether. Got it. Okay. Yeah, this looks much better. We're going to have to keep that in mind every time now. Thank you, Dark Cowboy, for bringing that up. That really helped out quite a bit. Granted, we noticed that even when we were straight line, so would it work better with a 12-sided circle? I don't know, Katrine. Maybe. We could look into that, you know. Nothing really is off the table, if you will. So again, that's our extension. This is where it's going to live. That's our tether point. That was our main circle, right? And that came off there. Then we had a holder. Okay. Do another look. Yeah, this looks much more consistent. This should come out pretty decently, hopefully. Alright, so again, this is the exact same technique as a singular monitor, just put it in an angle, couple little differences with the casing mainly. So, we've got our tether points in. We're going to start on that one. We're going to do a save. And then I know that I'm going to need an end cap. So I'm going to get my end cap ready. And we're going to hope that our levels stay consistent. Ah, again, this is the most fiddly bit. The rest of it is nice and snappable, if you will. Okay, so there's one. Then we're going to take and do the same thing over on the other side. And then just as a test to see, we're going to see how this folds over. We still got a problem. It's better, but look, we're still higher here. That ain't cool. Like, it shouldn't be. Like, everything should just kind of fall in place where it's supposed to. Like, if it's on, if this floor is all the same level, it should be all the same level. Like, why does that have to... Yeah, why is that higher? Why is that so much higher? The floor is the same height. Oh, I know why. I copied it. I bet you that's what it is. Let's try something here. I bet you because I copied that instead. Alright, I could be wrong, but I've noticed when I copy things, nope. Alright. Why is it higher? Why? 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 Why are you doing this to me? You make me crazy. Unfreaking real. You gotta be kidding me. Yep, that one side is higher. It unfortunately is the way it's got to be. It is sad, but it is what it is. There's not much I can do about that. The only thing I can do in this particular instance is to try to hide it. But even that, if we look over here, I can't really do that either. Because that one floor panel is just freaking, it just wants to be different. That's what gets frustrating to me. Is like, I've got this technique and it should work every single time, unless, of course, the parts themselves decide to act differently. Yeah, it's it's just the way it is. I need these panels though. These are the ones I need to make this. I need these floors. The referencing is important. That is just frustrating. It's downright frustrating. Why this is the way it is your guess as good as mine. Why that's doing what it's doing. I can't explain it. Can you? Like a bunch of maybes. Is that even worse? It's so silly. It really is. That's just silliness. It should all be consistent. We've had this problem for years, unfortunately. It just makes it difficult now to get things lined up. So what I'm going to have to do, unfortunately, is, and it's going to be different, so yay. I'm going to have to create, instead of what I was doing on the other one, which worked out just fine until now, was I was able to just do the one side, and it was fine. Now, I'm going to have to do an entirety on each one of these. In order to make the case. Before I could just do one. Now I have to do the entire stinking thing. Alright, that one's made. to do what we did before. We're going to lock these in underneath, and that way, hopefully, we can do all of what we need on top. Oh, it's going to get tricky with that one, but that we're all right with. That really irks me, man. It's such a drag. You know, it's such a, you know, I mean, I don't know how that works, you know, and why it does what it does, but, it should not be that way. All right, that's good enough. I could go a little more forward with this one. All right, we will. I mean, we're getting into minuteness, but that's better than it was. Okay, so do the same thing here. Drop these in. Drop those down. Look at that size, the gap, man. The height difference is ridiculous. Look at that. Look at that difference. That shouldn't frickin' be. I mean, look at the rest of the floor. It's flush. So if I'm in the same exact frickin' spots, like and not only is it up higher, it's also at an angle. Look at that. Look. That goes up. It tilts up. That, my friends, is total BS. There should be zero reason for this to be happening. Zero. Look at this, in fact. Like, this one is a little bit higher than this one. And you can see it tilts. Garbage. That's garbage. We may try to experiment and see why this is doing what it's doing. But for now, we're just going to see what happens when we're stuck with these sort of conditions and we have no bloody choice but to live with them. One frickin' floor panel. That's all it can take to ruin your build. Or at least ruin any sense of symmetry or You know, anything of that nature. That's really a bummer. I gotta say, it is truly a bummer. I mean, I would like to just know that when I place a part across from another part, it's going to be exactly the same. Too far back. There does get to be a point where you're just like, yeah, that's freaking good enough. Like there. That's good enough. All right. So now, I have to readjust some of these. But a lot, again, it's the freaking floor panel, man. Even a perfect circle isn't a perfect circle. I've been noticing that quite a bit. I mean, we're not that far off, but yet that angle meeting that angle shows that we are. But I know that we're not that far off. You know what I mean? So, like, we can't be that much of a difference on this floor panel. So I'm going to bring that one back in. We're going to, should be able to, yeah, drop that off of there. We're going to reset our problematic to begin with floor panel. Shit, did I just do what I think I just did? Yeah, look at that, man. Look at the height difference. That is so unbelievable. That's such garbage. Even this side to side is freaking whack. Gabaggio. Gabaggio. Good enough. Alright. I don't feel like arguing with this piece forever. All I know is it's frustrating as all can be when you're trying to build something that requires a bit of symmetry and you get to one height and right next door to it is something completely frickin' different. But that looks better. Bink, bink, bink. And it's changed again. Like, look at this. What the hell? Alright. It appears there's not a whole lot we can do to really make this work for us, but we're going to just deal with what we have and call it good enough. Alright, let's do a save. We have no choice. The only other thing we can do is cry, 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 cry. But, you know, look at this. All of this should be exactly the same level, but it's not. We got crap lower here, higher here, lower here. Like, we could try to redo this one again and see if it changes. I'd be curious. You know, I mean, it's a pain in the ass to redo it, but, you know, at least all the other ones are a little closer to being what they should be, but this one here is a little off now. Like, these look lower than everything else. Everything else is... Yeah, look at that. Look at the difference in size gap here. Look at the difference in that one. Like, that's ridiculous. That, man, tilted. Frustrating. Freaking frustrating. Like, downright frustrating. Not even, like, mildly frustrating. Like, downright frustrating. Like, that should not be like that. That is ridiculous. Like, why? Why does it... You can almost see it right there. It's tilted. Like, seriously. That's... You know, it just should not be that way. Why? And then in another condition, it's just fine. You know, that's kind of what irks me is like, it depends on where you are, what you built over, what's next to you, what's around you, this, that, and the other thing. Even though the floor panel itself, like, seems to be, you know, and then one floor panel next to another one creates a difference. You know, it's like, make up your mind. You know, like these, you know, this one looks a little different than that one. And how, it's just like, figure it out. Why must you make me so frustrated? Just, I swear, every time I come up with a thing, you know, all of a sudden the next few becomes super complicated. And it has nothing to do with anything other than the game. Like, little things like this I wish they could figure out, you know? It would really make things better. because every other bit is the same. Like, every other thing is the same height, the same blah, blah, blah. But the minute you go and manually put something on, why would it have to change like that? Like that? That makes no sense to me. And not much of a big deal for, your singular screen, because, that all stays, it's just one thing, I mean, so what if, one side's, at least one floor panel should stay consistent left to right, even though this one obviously doesn't. This one is much higher than this one in its phasing. So even that isn't a truth. So I I don't know what to say. It's like, why? You make no sense sometimes. Why do you have to do what you're doing? And we've seen it even just with the light panels and how, one phases like this one is behind, right? And then, thank you. Then this one decides to phase in behind, in front of it. And this one decides to do it behind it. Now, why these things happen, I do not know. Is there a way to fix it? Your guess is as good as mine. I have no freaking clue if it is fixable or not. I mean, I know building isn't the only thing in the game, but it is done by a lot of people, and is a good portion of what I do. 1, 2, 3. We're going to drop it, make sure we're in our screen area. And we're going to cover that like so. Like, I wish there were certain things that they could just kind of fix. The curved screen is definitely the trickiest one of them all. It's just one of those types of things that I can't always predict due to game mechanics. What the fuck? That's the other thing that kills me is when something usually works and then all of a sudden out of nowhere it stops working. Thank you. Jeez Louise. Alright, let's get rid of all our backings. And now comes the true test. GT, what's up? And so I'm just trying to make sure I didn't leave any stickers behind. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Alright. Sorry about that. So again, single monitor, no problem. Easy, easy, easy. Doing these is proving to be a real pain. Like, of course, I did the first one. I'm like, yay, I got it. It's freaking the way it should be, blah, blah, blah. And then and look at what we got. Okay, there we go. Still got an issue, but and I'm just going to look after. I'm not even going to, I'm going to hope for the best on every one of this. Because it really doesn't matter. Our heights are different. Everything's different. Why? 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 Yeah, it's just really freaking grr. Huh? This gets kind of grr too when you're trying to freaking get stuff done. But it's like the amount of. I wish they could make the legacy parts again, but with the better collision or better fate, whatever you want to call it. Just that doesn't. Am I even on the right thing here? Should be. Yeah, alright. What are you hitting? And we have no idea what this is going to look like right now. It could all look like garbage. It could have fit in there perfectly. That could probably go a little... The poster could be done different. Yep, center poster needs to be shrunken. Then we start the process all over again. Yeah, I'm going to say that the single monitor, no problem. We definitely have a lock on that. This is going to depend on your floors. That's unfortunate, but it really is going to depend solely on how your floors react. And that's sort of sad. Because otherwise, it's pretty flawless. What we got here. Yeah, see, something changes there too. And that makes me think it's something more than just that short wall. I want to say there's something underneath causing a problem. That one needs to be fixed. No, I really want to say that it's something, not just the floor, because we did everything that we were supposed to do, right? It should have been even. We're lacking the letters, but I can live with that. Alright, so now, if we were to throw in all the other stuff, we might as well do a save here. Let's take a look and see exactly how off we are. The screen itself actually looks pretty good. Like, yeah, we got a nice, consistent line. So that actually came out pretty good. What didn't come out good is going to be the casing, unfortunately. So if we do, I mean, can we get away with it? Sure. You know, I'm sure we can. Do I want to? Not particularly. This is what I was afraid of right here. Alright, what we're going to do here is we're going to have to do what I did not want to do. But it should work. And then here's where we're going to see all of our crap. Look at the distance. Look at how much of a distance that is. That's frickin' garbage. What I'm kind of hoping for here is something that may... Yeah, perfect. That height, man. That height is fucking garbage. It really is kind of a nightmare scenario. Now, I could do some finagling just to kind of, you know, pretend. But it's just too damn evident. Look at that. Like, the screen is perfect. Everything else is perfect. Dice, what's going on? Right on. Well, I've been getting closer and closer to, you know, having this be, you know, you know, something with a little less snap. I mean, a little less fumble. See, again, I don't know why this is doing it. It is frustrating as all can be. I really wish that that could be figured out. That really does kill this. I mean, it's... Well, I could do that, but even so, look at the difference. We can see it. It's just... It's too much of a difference. Look at that. It's at least another section of that line. See that? It's all height. It's all a height issue. It really, truly is. Just a silly, silly height issue that should not be a problem, but it is. But the thing is it also wasn't a problem. That's the thing that's killing me. It's like I had it already perfect on another setup, and it worked just fine with no issues whatsoever. So, you know, and the fact that floor panel to floor panel, side to side is problematic. This is what I'm talking about. It should not be like this. Like, it really shouldn't. The stupidity of, like, I put in the exact same freaking place. Why this time? You know what I mean? Why does it look that way this time? What, you know? You're killing me, Sean. All right, there it is. But it's going to cause other issues for decorating and closing it off. That's where that becomes the problem. You know, unfortunately, now that, you know, some of this is higher than some of the rest of it, it will not effectively close. I mean, we can still make it work, you know, don't get me wrong, but it's not how it should be. And that is my problem. Way off. Like, that shouldn't even be like that. Unbelievable. So we do have some issues here. You can see it right here. Look at, and apparently some other thing going on here. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Then that side's going to cover too far. And it's a height thing. That's all it is. Nothing we can do about that one. Shimming even becomes an issue on that one. Because then you lose all your reference points. Yeah. Unbelievable. That's disappointing. That's really disappointing. I got to figure out what's causing that. Because that is not going to do. That takes away from a whole brand new thing I just created. Even though, and we're going to go look, even though we've already done this in another spot. So, again, single monitors, no problem. Easy. 10 minutes tops. All right, to make one of these. Fully encased, the whole 9. 10-minute top. Decoration, that's another, question. But fully encased, fiddling around a little bit, 10 minutes gets you a single monitor. No problem. Doing the curved one, well, you got to have the exact conditions or it's just not going to work properly. As much as I hate to gripe and complain about it, but that is the way it is. It is a bummer. Alrighty. Let's just take a look so I can show you what it should look like. Or, the only other thing I can think of is the other times we did it, we set the first one in with the collision bubble kicking around. Then we moved over to the other side. That's the only thing I can, and that's how I did this one over here. But if you see here, I mean, look at how even that is. It was done with, you know, traditional floor panels. I made the circle without glitching the panel. And this is what I'm saying. Even that I question. Even that I question on whether or not that works every time. Yes, this particular time it did look better. But I'm still going to question that. I mean, how can we go from that to what we were just experiencing? That's drastic. I mean, this is freaking almost dead nuts perfect. Everything lines up. Everything's at the same height. Like, what causes that difference? That's my question. Is it the ground underneath? Is it and even the first one we built, there was the, you know, just when we did the one, there was a size difference, you know, or a height difference. Like, it's twisted. I mean, the only thing I can do is try to start fresh again from the ground up, you know, in an empty environment, which is what I did over there where we just were. This had a bunch of stuff already in the way when I made it. I decided to add it at the end, you know, and then I added a floor panel, a couple of floor panels out, made a circle, bam, 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 and that was that. And, you know, we had this result. I mean, this is, I mean, look how nicely done this one is. Encased. Everything looks really symmetrical. It's all at the same bloody height. I mean, hell, this one wasn't even tethered. And this one's in better condition. I mean, look at this. Again, you know, made with the same technique. What changed? Why, you know, what made that change? So, I have two that were made with essentially the same technique, minus the tethering portion. And we get dramatically different results. Like, that's why? Why? Okay, so with all that and the frustration that we just went through and the amount of repetition, I think everyone is probably sick of me for the day. It is 2 o'clock. I have been going for probably 6 hours. So I think it is probably time for me to say goodbye for now. I'm probably going to try and figure this out today, and then I'm hopefully going to be creating an actual, like, tutorial. Like, this was a tutorial live, you know, as I was doing it until we got to the curved one, and then it just kind of went bonkers. So I'm going to try and figure out maybe why that happens. See if I can't get another situation built where it isn't doing that, so I can, you know, show it in its entirety. But like, it's really, 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 really tough to make accurate if the floor panels themselves are not being accurate. And the way things phase on these floors in comparison is very different. These floors stay consistent. The legacy ones I wish they would fix, because the way that they are patterned is very, very helpful for referencing. You don't have the same central points to work from. You have to then guess every time where the edge of your thing is going to be, whereas in the center, you know, it just, this has way more reference. There's more angles, more things. And, you know, look, poster drops flat on here, right? What's different here? Am I up higher? Is it something to do with the ground? Uh-huh. But now this one, and this is what I'm getting at. So 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4. Explain. So if we look underneath this, we got a rock under here. We get an angle going. We get a little dip. It's a little higher here. It's a little lower there. Now, just for hardy har-hars, I'm curious to something. If I do go higher, it makes no difference. It's this floor panel. So, what if I copy this one, right? No. Okay. What if I go in and get a fresh one? No. What if I raise it up another? Yes. All right. So, aha. The ground. It's gotta be the ground. But why? Now, does that change anything else? Okay, so we raised it up 2, which, you know, unfortunately, you can't do this. You know what I mean? You know, if you're building something, you're... Now, this one is phased. So it's got nothing to do with nothing. And that one's phased. Okay. What? What? What are you doing to me, game? Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why? Why would you do this sort of thing? And look at that. Now we're back. Okay, I don't... Oh my my goodness. All right. And we're back. All right. Now, okay. Now, let's remove this, and this. It doesn't matter. Okay. So it's really random. It's a randomized sort of thing. It's either going to do it or it's not, apparently, because that's ridiculous. That's really just outrageous. So who knows why? So unfortunately, if you want to build the curved one, your floor, it's all about your floor. If you want to build the curved one. If you want to build these, you can get away with a few things. It's a single monitor. So as long as everything is phasing in the same spots, side to side, you should be okay. This, on the other hand, if you have any inconsistencies side to side in height, forget it. You might as well just decide not to build it there, or try to move it, or something, because it's just not going to work. The singular one, again, to repeat, no problem. Curved one, good luck. It's really, really going to depend on conditions of the area and what the floor panels are going to decide to do. You can replace, you can reload, you can do whatever you want to try to make it work for you, but from what we just saw, it's like, hey, wait a minute, we raise it up. Oh, hey, now it's better. Okay, no, all right, okay, so they should all be. Nope. One out of four. So basically, 1 out of every 4 is going to be different. So, good luck. I wish you the best on that. You know the technique now. It is the same from single monitor to, except for the poster placement, that gets a little funky, and a little bit of the case, but it should be what I have here. It is not. We just saw it. We saw some really bizarre phasing issues with the floor. I hope they can figure out how to fix it. That would be really great. But we've been dealing with it for years, but now that we're getting more complicated with our builds, we're really starting to notice it. That's part of the problem. All right. So with all of that said, I want to thank everybody for hanging out. I want to thank all of my new subscribers. We are looking like 94 away from 1,000. Thank you very much, everybody. So until next time, this has been me, Kevin C., here at Action Pants Gaming, wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and starship grease. Get those action pants on, get out there, and start building some wild and wacky stuff. Until next time, take care of yourself. And do a random act of kindness today.